And hello, Internet. Welcome to Land Beyond the Mist. It is good to get the stream going again. It's been a short, 4 or 5 days, but I'm always excited to play. I have some awesome people here to play with today. I'm excited to get into it. So I'm going to stop hogging the spotlight, and I'm just going to start turning it over to them and let them introduce themselves and their characters to you. So in order I see you in my Discord call, let's start with Kay. Welcome back. It's been a long time.
That it has. I haven't been. I've been around for the new season of Land Beyond the Mist, but glad to be back. Glad to bring the mischief and madness that my characters are known for again, and which brings us to the distinguished gentleman known as Mole. People may have seen sort of here and there this scraggly-looking dwarf, a hill dwarf who is constantly has leaves in his hair, is constantly covered in mud and dirt, occasionally muttering to himself, walking outside and digging holes and sort of like pulling out roots to sniff at them and chew at them. Mole is a druid, and he is a dwarf who is a druid, so rather unique in that sense. His calling was, while most dwarves traditionally, clan is everything. His sort of belief was that seeing when he was young and saw this sort of like strife between various clans and their ideals, he sort of had a awakening of sorts and believes that clan is something that can extend to the world as a whole, and it's his job to sort of treat the entire world as a clan in that sense. Be that harmony between man and nature, though his ability to talk to people is somewhat to be desired. So,
Oh, very awesome. I look forward to seeing Mole interact here in this strange frontier. Seems like a very fun character. Awesome. Let us move over to Apollo Nick. Welcome back to the stream, man. Always good to have you.
Thank you,
Why
Greg.
don't you introduce yourself and your character?
Yeah, I'm Nick. I today will be playing a level 1 rogue glassblower named Malison. Malison is someone, she uses she, her pronouns. She's very wrapped up, wears like leather gloves, like a coat basically, and like has a large hood over her like wrapped face. And what she tells people is that she has like a skin condition that's like not contagious, just not very pleasant to look at. But really, what the deal is that she woke up one day as a statue. She is a statue of a tiefling, which in these parts she discovered quite quickly when she arrived is not very welcome. So she quickly like wrapped up and but made her place as a glassblower in the community. Just starting out, but she is excited to get out into the mists. Eager to get out into the mists, where she suspects there lie some answers, or maybe a magic to help her uncover who she is, who she doesn't remember, or perhaps even turn her back, if that is desirable at all.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Did Malison, or does Malison have any memory of who she was before she was a statue? Were you always a statue to your memory?
She woke up and had no recollection of who she was and has not uncovered any memories yet.
Very cool.
But
right.
yeah, perhaps something will come up.
Okay. Well, that very interesting. I look forward to seeing that mystery resolved, perhaps, out in the mists. Awesome. Well, that brings us to our fire starter over here. Palladian, welcome back. Go ahead and give yourself a little introduction and your character for those who may have missed you.
Hello, I'm Palladian. I'm playing Ethan today. The monk that just can't quit exudes hotness from his very pores. He is a level 2 monk who, if you stand too close to him, you set on fire just by his very presence. He has been saddened recently at the loss of 2 of his previous adventuring companions, but is in high spirits now that he has 2 even more interesting companions to adventure out with him today. He's been running a sauna in his downtime, seeing as he has an amazing way of making steam.
Very cool. Awesome. Well, I look forward to whatever other shenanigans you can bring to us this day. Excellent. Last but certainly not least, Jack Allen, welcome back. Always a pleasure to have you. Why don't you introduce yourself and your character here today?
Yeah, happy to be playing again. Second game of the season for me. I am playing Davnin the Daring, a gallant paladin, a knight, who's come to the land beyond the mist to help as many people as he can. And he feels like he's off to a great start with that after being with some outbreak of disease.
Okay. Well, excellent. Glad to have you back. And let us bring ourselves together. You find yourselves in the city of Rhymeview in the kind of northwestern coast of the kind of bay of the Shrouded coast here. I believe it was Ethan who brought this motley crew together. Ethan, tell me, how did you find these brave adventurers? Did you burn them?
Oh.
And how did you wrangle them up to go on this adventure? And what about the adventure spoke to you all?
Well, he was drinking at the tavern one day. Sans the cloak. He had it like hanging up over by the river to like get some steam cleaning. And he heard about the death of his two previous companions, and you can't let that keep him down. He has an eye for things. He has a sense about them. And walking down to go retrieve his cloak, he saw our good man the mole, like maybe digging by the riverbed, looking for a particular root or something. Ooh, you're interesting. And when
Oh, is your mic going out?
is this
Lost
better?
you there.
Am I better?
Oh, yeah. Nope, and now you're gone.
There we go. Back?
Yes.
Okay, something happened. I'm gonna be careful.
Okay. Sorry.
Sorry, I guess. Little technical difficulties over here. And then found what appears to be another fate garbed in mystery and layers upon layers of exquisite cloth, and decided that they themselves may be just the person they needed as well. And then, he felt a little adventurous, a little like we need a rune diving experiment. We need to go delve into the secrets of the world and claim them for our own. And for those reasons, he decided to help out the Conclave, at least for now.
Okay. Excellent. So, for those who may have missed it in the Discord, the four of you have agreed to come together this day and take on the quest of a missing archaeologist. A priest and archaeologist of the Conclave, of the Faithful, as it were, has gone missing in the stone ruins northeast of Rhymeview. They are paying 100 gold coins for the rescue of the missing scholar, or 50 gold coins for the location and return of their body and vestments. So, the four of you have gathered together by the charisma of our burning monk, and you are now tasked with retrieving this priest from the ruins. Is there any preparations that you'd like to take in town? Anything that you would like to do before heading out? What is the party's plan here?
Now, Ethan, did they say it was 50 gold for both the body and the vestments? There's no either or there? They're not more interested in one over the other?
I'm thinking both. I'd prefer just to bring him back in one piece, but
Okay.
you
never know.
I don't know.
We may find ourselves in a pinch and having to make choices, just saying.
We can ask him. Let's go here. We have questions for me. You want to go? Let's go chat. Get a little something going. Get some details. Write up a ancient prophecy that we need to go fulfill. Something like that.
All right, you go seek out the open air kind of temple of the Conclave of the Faithful. There's this column work in the city proper where the kind of residential district lies. It is long and flat and easily recognizable. from the kind of garden growing inside. You look around, there's enough people in here on a daily basis looking for advice or spiritual guidance, but eventually the four of you will find you and Tom's, the kind of halfling with a large, well-kept, oiled red beard, who oversees the kind of public front face of the conclave services. He recognizes Ethan of Danvin, of course, from their previous adventures, having come by, and in his usual way waddles over with a big broad smile creasing his well-kept beard. He says, what brings the four of you to our humble halls today?
Well, we heard that one of your cloister might have gotten a little bit of trouble into ruins nearby. Thought we might help out, but I had a couple of questions if you would be willing to help out.
Yes, indeed. I will answer what I can. It would be
Fantastic.
Wonderful if Brother Jones was found for us today.
Of course. Ethan then proceeds to pull out a rather elaborate and long list that spills down to the floor. Question
Speaking-
one.
Speaking of the floor, while this is happening, this shaggy dwarf, missing a few teeth, as he walks, rustles his hair and his beard. Some twigs fall off. He looks around this sort of like conclave. You said it's an open air area?
Yeah, so the public kind of front of the conclave is something like an agora, maybe.
Okay, very nice.
Temples, and then they have like storage and like private rooms to the back of it. But this open air kind of agora is where the public kind of guidance and spiritual.
Is there any kind of statue or stonework nearby?
Absolutely, yes.
Excellent.
Various statues throughout the.
Yeah.
Mole has approached one of these statues as you guys are talking and sort of like eyes at it, inspects it, leans in real close, scratches at it with like a tip of his finger, brings his like really swollen, one of those very like rosy noses, very close, and takes like a deep like inhale of the scent of the stone, and then sort of just like opens his mouth and drags his tongue alongside of it and starts muttering to himself. Just want that on record.
Absolutely.
Does he bite? Ethan, is he gonna bite my ankles?
I'm sure it's fine. And Malison will like slyly toe like completely opposite of the statue as to stand directly behind Mole, and completely out of his view while inspecting this statue.
Excellent.
Oh.
I think we see as you and Tom's is slowly going through this long list of questions that Ethan has. Some of them are less important than others, and those are the ones getting asked right now. We see a small human girl walk up to this statue that Mole is licking. And she like cocks her head at you, kind of like a curious dog for a moment, and goes, "That's a very interesting way to praise the Lady of Drink. Where did you learn that?"
He sort of like almost like an animal being startled, right? There's like this jerk upward of his head as he turns and sort of like cocks his head to the side, and clears his throat for a moment. Says, "Well, I ain't exactly sure who this is, but you can, when you get a taste for the stone, how it's cut, you can see the feeling that was put into it by whoever had made this creation. Just trying to get a sense of how old this is, how much they really cared."
"Oh, that's cool. Let me try." She goes up to try to lick the statue's foot as well. She's short, has to kind of clamber up to it, but can make it happen.
He nods approvingly and knowingly.
Excellent. All right. While the foot licking of the statue is going on, what were the questions that you were asking there, Ethan?
Ethan, for like the third time, are you sure there's no like prophecy regarding this ruins that just happen to have my compatriots' descriptions involved in them? The great evil?
Well, there are precious few prophecies from the mainland that we are aware of regarding the mist and the lands beyond it. I could put in a request to our brothers and sisters over in Shallow's Rest. They have a long-standing relationship with the locals of the region. Perhaps they would know more, but here I sadly can say I know little of the prophecies.
I see. Okay. Well, I guess to the other, why is the conclave out in these ruins in the first place? What is there? What is their significance?
Well,
What's your goal?
it seems that they had religious significance in the past. These standing stone ruins. We're investigating them. Are you not curious of the faithful practices of whatever strange creatures or people came before us here in these lands?
Oh, I am ecstatic at the opportunity. Absolutely
exactly. That is why we are there. It is in the name of furthering our understanding of the divines.
Well, and be they praised. But on to the topic at hand. You said Brother Jones, he's in some danger of some kind? Like, how do you know this? What kind of danger is he in?
Well, he has gone missing. He and most of his crew that left. They were due back a fortnight ago, and it has been some time since we received any communication at all, whether it be sending or more mundane practice. We fear that he has run afoul of something in these ruins or in these lands. And we are hoping for his location and his safe return, but his expedition was blessed with various vestments of the conclave, and it would be a disaster if the man was lost, but equal so to lose precious relics as well. We wish for both his safe return, but also the return of these relics.
I see. So just a quick, I know it's a little bit gauche, but just to ensure we're in the agreement. Say we're in a situation where the floor is collapsing, the man is on one end, the man's body is on one end, and the grail, I mean the vestments, are on the other, and they're both falling into a pit. Which one do I grab?
Oh, that is a moral question for your own heart, is it not?
Well, yes, but sir, as the priest, I would hope you'd have the answers to my moral quandaries.
Luckily, the one who has the answer to the moral quandaries is the dwarf who turns around upon overhearing this. He says, "Well, that's obvious, isn't it there? The man lived his life, he devoted to his cause. What represents the man is not in the body, but these vestments carry some significance to those afterwards." Silly question.
He said it first. You can agree with him, and you're not mad at that point.
Well, your companion has a strong conviction. I am sure that it comes from a place of much meditation and understanding.
Fantastic. And then in any of these sendings, have they given any indication of any creatures in the area, anything they might have run afoul of?
Last communication indicated that there was some he called it opening of some kind that they needed to do. I am not the one he communicated with, but my understanding of the situation is that he was underneath the ruins and was opening something up and was quite excited about the potential of what must be there. I see. Unfortunately, that was the last we heard of him. We do not know the outcome of this plan of action.
Is there anything else while we're retrieving this man and saving his life that we may do for the conclave while we're at these ruins?
Well, as I have said, the vestments and the man both are in need of retrieval. We hope for their safe return. I suppose if there is great knowledge to be gained there, this is part of the reason that he expeditioned out with his group in the first place.
I see. Yeah, Ethan takes a hand, pats him on the shoulder, and says, "Father, you've come to the right people."
Well, good. I am glad that there are such capable folks accepting jobs here in Rhymeview. I wish you the best of luck on your journeys.
Not like that, with more tongue. You hear in the background.
Forgive my confusion, Father, but did you say some of the people made it back, or did the entire expedition fail to return?
A number of people. There were 25 in total in the expedition. 12 have returned to us, with nary a word on the other 13. They came without equipment or much at all, raggedy and exhausted from their journeys through the wilds, but safe nonetheless.
Fantastic. Well, unless any of you have any other inquiries, questions.
About how far away is this place we're going?
Oh yes, where are we? Where is this place?
The journey is, let me do quick math. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. A little more than 2 days away. Perhaps a strenuous ride may get you there in 2 days. Northeast of Rhymeview, but south of the Heaven's Pillar. There are some stone ruins that have been interesting to us for some time.
Fantastic. Anything else? Anybody?
Father, do you suggest we speak to the survivors, or are they too traumatized and tired to speak?
If you may speak with them all that you desire. We have already inquired about the results of the mission, but these seem to have little in the way of knowledge. All of the returners are not archaeologists or explorers themselves. They didn't enter deep into the ruins. This was the away team, if you will, that has returned to us. But feel free. I can have them assembled for you. They are all resting deeper in our sanctuary.
Perhaps we shouldn't bother these troubled souls. What do you all think?
I believe we have the information we need.
What do you mean? Of course, there's no sense in not asking if there's anything in specific they remember, unless that's there is nothing of note.
Well, feel free to question them. I will have them assembled together for you, and if you wish to speak with them, you absolutely may. And even Tom's gracefully kind of excuses himself from the conversation and walks away, stroking on his long, oiled beard. And true to his word, will kind of gather up in a small back room the 12 returning survivors, I guess, of the expedition. All of them are, despite having shown up about a fortnight ago, still noticeably ragged. They all wear heavy purses under their eyes. They have the kind of just, even though they're washed and clean, they're kind of bedraggled look about them. And all kind of, I wouldn't say wear vacant stares, but have that 1,000-yard kind of look through you to them.
I would like to look into one of their eyes. I would like to see if reflected back in their gaze, eldritch abominations beyond my comprehension are present there.
You stare, looking for the great void of space reflected into their eyes, but you see not an eldritch horror there, just the contracting pupils of a man as you get close to him.
Ethan looks away a bit disappointed, but offers no further comments or questions.
So now then, you were all at these ruins with this priest, yes?
Yes. Brother Jones?
Is there anything in particular we should know about the ruins themselves, the surrounding area? Dangers or traps? Do they collapse here and there? Things such as that. And the last place, how large are these ruins?
The ruins themselves above ground are some maybe half mile or so. The true dig site, if you will, is much smaller. Maybe a few 100 feet, maybe 1,000 square feet. No, that's too small. Maybe 1,000 feet on each direction at most. And you can find it rather easily. It's by the most intact of the standing pillars. It looks something like a gate or maybe a... He spends a minute drawing a shape for you because the DM doesn't know how to describe it. And he basically shows you the same pattern that you might see at like Stonehenge. It looks
Gotcha.
a lot like that for people who might not know.
During this time, Mole has picked a beetle out of his beard, examined it for a moment, and then popped it into his mouth, chewing loudly as he ponders this over. And then turns to them and says, "Where's the last place you saw the priest? How did you get separated?"
There's a kind of quiet hush for a moment, and then one of them speaks up. He says, "The exploration team was digging into one of the tombs that was opened up. There was something beyond the walls," said Brother Jones, "and they were going to open it up. They did, but it took a whole day. We rested in the camp at the bottom of our or at the edge of our dig site, and in the night there were horrible sounds from down there. Something awful. The exploration team wanted to go check it out, and they did, and they didn't come back for too long. A couple of days we waited until it became very clear that they weren't coming back out. None of us are, clerics or adventurers. We're, they were our protection. We made the choice together to brave our way back rather than go down where those noises came."
Amazing. Quick question. Was the priest by chance muttering to himself consistently? Maybe he left a journal that spoke of...
Oh, of course. We all had
Something.
journals. We don't have them. They were kept down in the dig, closer to what we were studying.
I see.
Lots of very interesting architecture there. I have at least 150 pages on the stonework.
Oh, Mole, maybe... No, we don't have time.
No, I could take a look at it or two, just for a moment.
Well, if you find it, please peruse it. Bring it back. There's lots there.
Oh.
You left your notes.
Well, we weren't going down into the noises. Not after they didn't come back. They were horrible. Wet and grinding and awful.
Mole scratches his head for a moment. He's not intelligent enough to ask the question I want to ask.
Okay.
Wet grinding.
Did I miss who they think made the ruins?
No one asked?
What did you like? What do you think the purpose of the ruins were before they were lost or destroyed?
There's like 4 answers at once. And then they all kind of start arguing with each other in a small corner, and then like finally a half-elf woman kind of shushes them all down. She says, "Well, the truth is we have lots of theories. We're not entirely sure. The ruins themselves likely are more than one thing. Where we were digging, there was definitely a tomb underneath. So where you're going is likely for burial."
Excellent. Well, hopefully we can recover your lost journals and you
That
can
would be wonderful.
argue more with more concrete information.
I look forward to the debate.
There wasn't any sea people involved, right? Is that one of the theories? Sea people, as it were?
No. If everyone shakes their head, they're like, these conspiracy theorists and their sea people.
Maybe next time.
I have one of those in my campaigns where there's a persistent joke about over like 9 of them about the tree elves coming and they blame the tree elves and everything. Like,
Well, of course.
Danvin believes in the tree elves. All right.
I met the tree elves. They're assholes.
They stole El Toro. They dug underneath El Toro. It's real. Don't believe the clerics. I think we have all we need. The quest is ahead of us.
Yes. Well, while we're here, I want to ask, hey, we're probably dealing with the tomb, and that is usually undead. Can we get some holy water, please?
you're asking the druid for holy water?
No, I'm talking to the cleric. To the
Oh,
coven.
cleric. I thought you said
Hey,
K. Sorry.
I think he
Hey, we're
puts
doing a
it in
solid
his
for
beard,
you.
if you've seen how.
Yeah.
So, the purchase of holy water and other religious vestments requires a little bit of renown with the church itself. I assume that you do not have 10 or more in reputation with the conclave.
Nope.
We might in a second, though, because Mole, sort of, as he's looking at these researchers, seeing them animated and talking and excited about this thing, it almost seems like as they talk about these ruins, there's like a little bit of animation, a spark to their eyes. It's what they do. And he says, so that's more like it. You may have had a bit of a harrowing experience, but there's work out there and mysteries still to be done. We'll go and find your lads and make it nice and safe so you can go back. But in the meantime, I got a question for all of you, since you seem the thinking sorts. A real important question. Do you know why you can't run through a campground?
They frown and begin thinking about it. You see some notes being taken. I say, no, why can't we run through a campground?
You can't run. You can only ran, because it's past tense.
Oh my. That joke goes over really well amongst these like tired scholars. You get more than a couple of guffaws. Unfortunately, you do not gain reputation with the conclave for this. So if you would like,
I'd like to make a threat.
Oh, okay.
Huh?
We're not going to leave, and he's going to continue to tell dad jokes until we get some holy water.
Okay. With that threat ringing through their ears, Malison, give me your best D20 roll. You have a +0 reputation with the conclave here.
16.
Ooh, with a 16, you may very well get yourself some holy water here. Let me see how
It's not an
tired
empty
and
threat. You know me,
scared they
Greg.
are
I will
here.
list these off.
Yeah, this is like, Mole.
You like find the like 3 people who are a little bit less mind-addled than the rest, and they look horrified at the potentiality of having more dad jokes while they're stuck here with this like very disheveled looking person that one of them knows they saw licking the feet of a statue earlier, and they will discreetly be like, you know,
I'm just folding my arms and like, oh, Mole, tell him another one, and I'll just kind of like slide on over towards them and be like, he's gonna go on all day, and I will encourage it.
yeah,
You want to get back to your work?
as you do that, they kind of discreetly reach into their own personal supply, and they're like, we're not really supposed to give this out to just anyone, but if it'll aid you here. And you get roll me a d4 for holy vials.
Sure. 3.
You get 3 vials of holy water.
Who was the one that asked for those?
I did.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely hand that over to our paladin, Davnin, and I'll set one on the ground for Ethan to pick up.
Okay.
I take it. Thank you.
All right.
Ethan has made the greatest recruiting decision of his life.
And I will I'll keep one for myself.
Excellent. With holy water obtained and information acquired, is there anything else that you guys want to take care of here in Rhymeview before setting out? Yeah, what's up, Dan?
I would like to, especially if these people have, they arrived without possessions, right? But they just had yeah. I would just like to divine sense. Just wondering if any of these people snuck something from the ruins, like if they brought something back with them.
Okay. You reach your senses out for fae, fiends, undead, and abominations, right?
I think it's just those first three.
Oh, just the first thing. Okay, perfect. You will detect a little bit of fae presence. There are a couple of half-elves here, so you get the kind of faint elven presence that you're kind of used to seeing in the, Imperium
I ping
settlements.
myself?
Huh?
I ping myself?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you ping yourself. You're very familiar with the half-elf ping.
We need to decide if I'm a celestial fiend or undead.
I think that you are neither right now, or none.
Yeah,
you are
probably a construct.
Yeah. So for while you are afflicted as a statue, whatever you were before, we may not know, but I think that you come up as kind of statuesque.
Okay.
Construct is a good one. I think if there was a detect construct, it probably could find you.
Mm-hmm.
I think that your paladin senses can detect a consecrated and non-consecrated ground.
Absolutely, as well as objects.
Okay, you will notice that inside of the Conclave of the Faithful here, you stand in consecrated ground. Like, all around you, it is a consecrated ground, a kind of aura.
I let that wash over me, and shake my head that there's no clues. I mean, luckily, would be bad for these guys. Thanks for waiting for that, guys. I just wanted to make sure.
Okay. Anything else that you would like to take care of here?
I have a couple things I would like to purchase.
Okay.
If at all possible. I would like to buy a whip.
A whip? Absolutely.
A whip. I would like to buy... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Let me know.
A slightly used fedora.
Slightly used fedora.
Like a travel-worn fedora.
Okay.
And either they have a choice. And I turn to the rogue of the party. Would you prefer a shirt with one arm sleeve ripped off, or a vest combo on top of it, and the shirt and the sleeve can be whole?
Huh? That's the only response you get.
No, I'm asking are the rogue of the party.
Sorry, I've been fiddling around with some notes on my character. What was your question?
Do you prefer a no vest with one sleeve ripped off, or sleeves intact with a leather vest?
As much leather as possible, please.
Oh, fantastic! And that too.
All right. You go to your local Indiana Jones shop. You pick up a whip. You haggle the prices down to a whip being 3 GP as you get your slightly used fedora and a leather vest and shirt combo for the standard 5 GP for clothes.
Fantastic. And then a bag of sand, which I just gather it up.
Yeah,
myself.
I think that if you have a bag on your character sheet, you can just gather sand. I don't think that you need to purchase that unless there's a specific quality to the sand that you're looking for.
No.
Yeah.
No. And that is it for me. I've done my such things, and I will be pestering our lovely rogue, be like, hey, listen, I have just the thing you need for this adventure.
Yeah.
And then I present to you the ensemble I have painstakingly crafted for this purpose.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Thank you. And I'll put it on
Excellent.
over my robe.
You are delightful.
And I have a token for Malison, and I think it has like a full like garment, and then there is leather over it. I don't remember.
Well, here, why don't we check it out on the map? This will be a good use of our Roll20 here.
Yeah, we can show off the
Where
player's
are you,
tokens, man.
Malison?
I think I can drag one
Boom.
on. Oh, there we
There
go.
you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oops.
Oh,
I'll put it back.
We
I got
both
it, I got
deleted
it.
them together.
I got it. Yeah, so she has these like purple and like twilight blue trim robes that she'll like wear her armor over. And she wields a it's called a punty, which is like the stick you use in glass blowing. I think. Actually, I need to double check. It is an iron rod used for holding used to hold or shape soft glass. Yeah. So she brings her glass blowing supplies into the field, just in case she needs to make something or fight with it.
This is all fantastic. I love it.
Awesome. Well, you're all dressed up and ready to go, it sounds like. Shall we head out of town and start our adventuring?
Yes.
Alrighty, so you convene at the kind of northeast gate of Rhymeview, ready to head your way out into the forests, and we shall begin our travel phase. Since we already have you out here on the map, I'm just gonna like resize you down a little bit, and that's just gonna be our token for the party here. You are starting in Rhymeview, and your destination is these stone pillars out here beyond Heaven's Pillar. What is the route that you intend to take there?
Navigator, you're up.
Navigator guide, yes. Are the roads faster?
There are no roads to the Heaven's Pillar.
I was just thinking going along the road to Timbervale, then cutting through the woods versus going through the woods like on that angle the whole time.
No. The hex speed is not affected by the road there. It only affects my encounter tables and DCs slightly, if that's the only place you go.
I would prefer the safer option of sticking to the roads as much as possible.
A wise choice. I've been in those woods, and there's things with wings, and they're invisible, and they stab you with wood. It's not fun. I will lead us to Timbervale by road, and then we will take the angle through the woods to the ruins.
All right, so you're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4 hexes to Timbervale, and then at the angle 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hexes to the ruins up there. So you will be going 9 hexes, which is just more than 2 days of travel standard walking. What is the mode of travel that your party wishes to go by?
Classic foot.
All right. You are walking or riding over land. Excellent. That is free. It costs you nothing to do this. You gather yourselves together and prepare to head out. But first thing we must do before beginning the travel phase proper is assigning the party's travel roles. So there are 4 roles amongst the Lands Beyond the Mist: the Scout, the Guide, the Lookout, and the Provisioner. Who will be taking which role for us today?
Mole will
Today
be our
I will be
provisioner.
your,
Mole will be our Provisioner.
it will be our daring guide.
All right, Danvin will be our guide.
I will be lookout.
Ethan will be looking out, and Malison will be our scout. I'll
Sure.
Sure. Okay, excellent. So, Provisioner, you are tasked with making sure that this long journey goes by without losing the rations and food and water and all those things that you need to get your party from one place to another. You have multiple ways that you can accomplish this. How will you be fulfilling the Provisioner role?
Well, now we could just use. There is the option to go with magical province, but that's so much less fun than actually foraging in the world and leaving it up to dice rolls. Don't you agree, Greg?
I couldn't agree more.
Would you like me to describe the process of how Mole's going to provision?
Absolutely, please. So you will be foraging during the journey. Yes. So describe how you are foraging for food and water, and tell me how you make sure that everybody has enough to eat and drink, and well provisioned along the way.
So there's a few steps to this. The first is. As a druid, Mole has the capability to ritual cast Speak with Animals, and the party will often find, because as we are traveling with this party, part of this pace is us sort of like doing our various things. He will at various points be casting this Speak with Animals and mostly listening. The reason for this is because while animals have difficulty understanding and communicating advanced concepts, there are a few which are consistent: food, water, etc. With animals, however, what is food can vary, and it might not be useful information to us, right? But what is consistent is water. Animals need water, and the idea of drinking and thirst is a very universal thing. It is something that brings everyone together. So he will be, as we're going, walking, he'll be using Speak with Animals to sort of like listen to the ambient sounds of the forest. If he sees a small group of like rodents, etc., or perhaps like deer in the distance, he's going to try and understand if what they're doing. Are they going for a drink here, right? Like, is this the time where they're going to find this water source, which they'll be more familiar with than we are? And that's mostly how he's going to be searching for water, and of course just the natural understanding of how rivers trickle towards the oceans. For food, it's another sort of more specific thing, and as you sort of like listen to nature, you can hear these sort of like various calls. If there might be some animals who, for example, boars, they might dig up roots which taste absolutely terrible, and when he brings them back to the party, they're going to hate this. They're going to hate everything that he brings back. There's going to be like pine cones with like some of the like seeds taken out and like grinded into like a fine dust and like boiled with water. But he has this understanding of we can gain strength and sort of sustenance off these other things animals do. Furthermore, he is proficient with herbalism and has an herbalism kit, so he has the capability to sort of like find these perhaps like really disgusting looking mosses that, like, when you chew them, they have like this very lardy, difficult to swallow consistency, but they both provide you with, because they've absorbed moisture, they provide you with water and also a decent amount of calories. So it's going to be a combination of these sort of like mismatch of listening to the natural world and seeing how the animals are communicating because they know the land better than we are, and sort of finding these very these places where you can scrap like a fraction of a meal here, a fraction of a meal there, to just bring it all together to provide sufficient food.
Excellent. I love it. You are doing a number of things here. So I would allow you to roll me a animal handling charisma check. To use the animals to find your food and water. I would allow you a herbalism tool proficiency check using, I believe, wisdom or intelligence. I think either of those makes sense for your herbalism tool proficiency. As well as your standard knowledge of the things animals do to survive is very survival wisdom to me. So I will let you make any of those three checks, whichever feels more appropriate to you about how you're going about this. The highest DC region that you are going to be traveling through today is DC 13. So that is the difficulty you will need to reach.
All right, 1 in 3 chance, friends. Let's see. Oof.
Oh. All right, so You are less than successful on the whole of your journey. As you are traveling through, I think what ends up happening is you succeed in doing what you want to, which is listening to the animals, finding the things that they eat, these roots, these nuts. You make that pine cone kind of soup for your party, but it just isn't as filling for 4 adventurers as it is for the small animals along the way.
They get sick.
Huh? They get sick.
Maybe they get sick.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe they get a little sick. The runs start happening. But your party is just a little bit undernourished. So I want each of you to take 1 level of exhaustion during this travel phase. All right. As your party is kind of moving through the forest, the clomp of your feet kind of echoing around you, there is more than just the guide that we need to go over here. So the next thing more than just the provisioner, the first thing that we should go to is the scout. So Malison, the lands beyond the mist are largely uncharted, and the best route between destinations are largely unknown, and they change with the weather, the season, movements of monsters. You're responsible for finding the best path for your party, making sure you don't get lost, avoiding the pitfalls of the terrain. So describe your efforts to scout as you're traveling through these woods, and tell me how you keep the party on track.
I don't know if Malison does very well. She she is not an adventurer. This is her first time out in the mist. She has had to she's been in Rhymeview for a few months now, assuming that's how long the history of the town is. And she's just been kind of working up the nerve to go out into the mists. She came out here because she heard that the Blood Mists held many mysteries and strange legends and mystical powers, and she came out here hoping to learn more, find someone who could help her learn more about herself, or even undo it if possible. No one in town has presented a way to do that through her very subtle checking out, asking around without revealing too much about herself and her nature. So she's finally decided some stone ruins, maybe that'll lead to something. Maybe there'll be statues there. Maybe there'll be mysteries there that could help. Maybe some strange magic. So I think she's I'll scout ahead. I'll keep an eye on things. And she's just doing her best to stay so far ahead that people can't really tell that she doesn't know what she's doing. And she's very nervous about danger, because she's discovered that as her body chips and cracks, it does not recover. So she is very frightful of danger. So she is actively almost hyperactively looking around at things, and just kind of trying to get find terrain that gives her the best view, and the best clearings and stuff, but she's not very great at being stealthy quite yet. I mean, she's really great at concealing herself,
right?
Her physical appearance, but not in sneaking around.
Alrighty. It sounds to me like what you're really describing is your perception. Just you're looking really hard for where to go. So why don't you give me a perception wisdom check? The base DC for the scout is 12. You are traveling through hostile terrain to an unknown destination, so they'll add 5 to it. However, you are making use of a road, which will take away 5. So your total DC will be 12.
All right. I am not proficient with perception, and my wisdom is a 0 mod, so here we go. That is a natural 1.
Oh, no! All right. So, on a failure, Malison, you get to make a choice. You get to choose between time or wounds. If you choose time, I want you to describe to me how the party gets lost, stuck, broken down, or otherwise sidetracked, and we'll add 1 day to the travel time of your journey by each multiple of 5 by which the skill check was failed. So this will be 2 days added to the journey.
Ooh.
The other choice is wounds. If you choose that, I want you to describe how the party becomes lost, stuck, broken down, etc. And each member of the party will instead take 1 wound for getting out of that to keep themselves on track. If you are unfamiliar with wounds as of yet, I have added them to this campaign. They are equal to one of your class's base hit die, not with the con modifier, just the hit die. You may either roll the die or take the average and reduce your maximum HP by that amount until you get a full rest in a safe and secure location.
Nice. I love that. I think it's just I am open to like role play, like pushing back on this, if we have time for it, Greg. But I think Malison is just hyper danger avoidant, and so she's like, I think one of those wing thing. I think I saw one of those wing things through the trees. I'm not really sure, but we should lay low until it passes. Let's give it like a couple hours, and then like later that day, it's like, ooh, the road, like it's too windy through here. Let me scout ahead and make sure it's safe. You know, we don't want to be caught off guard around one of these bends, and it's just like a slog. It's just a slog, and she just is being way too cautious.
Excellent. I love it, right? That's the time, right? It's just taking extra days because every so often Malison's like, danger, danger, and you stop and you get off the road, you hide, or, you know, you make sure that whatever it is that you saw passes. Yeah.
It's 4 hours until sunset, and Malison's like, we need to make sure we have enough time to set up camp and like set up our watch before.
Yes. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. So the travel is exhausting. You have very little to eat, and it's taking like a long time with a lot of stops and starts along the way. Awesome. Okay. So that will bring us over to our guide, Danvin. The lands are filled with dangerous and hostile terrain. Traveling through it can be draining and exhausting, even without fighting monsters or other angry factions. The guide is responsible for guiding the party through the terrain without running them ragged and tiring them out and all those exhausting things. So I want you, Danvin, to describe to me how you avoid or stave off the dangers and labors of the journey.
Danvin, he has a good heart, but he's a little bit eager to prove himself, so he leads the way and like unnecessarily is jumping all over the place. As he, instead of using the knowledge to like spot like poor terrain or tracks, he's using parkour to get over the river, jumping from rock to rock, checking, is this route gonna give way when we cross over this tree trunk. He's using his hands and his feet, his agility to test everything himself first.
All right.
Probably not great to do on a stomach of dirt with the occasional root covered in dirt, but he's eager to succeed.
All right, excellent. So I think that what you are describing is you're just trying everything yourself. Is that poison ivy? I don't know. Let me find out. Can we jump this terrain? Let's find out.
Only one way to find out.
Yeah. I want you to make me an athletics constitution check. The base DC for the guide is 15, and as we discussed already, you get a -5 and a +5, so your DC will be 15 for this check.
This is a sore point for Davin. Never as strong as his siblings. Okay, so this is, I don't have athletics, but I do have con. Ooh.
Oh, excellent. So
I love roots. Great.
Yeah. Maybe everyone else is a little sicker than you are, and you're just a lot like, you're like, yeah,
I'm
I
immune to
dig this
disease.
pine cone soup, man. Mole is killing it. But yeah, you're grabbing poison ivy. You're like moving whole like trunks of trees out of the road so that everyone else can pass. You make sure everybody else is having a grand old time, and you stave off the exhaustion of riding through this rough and tumble terrain. Which finally will bring us to the lookout. Ethan, the terrain itself is not the only danger in the lands beyond the mist. Dangerous beasts, monsters, enemy factions prowl these uncharted lands between Imperium settlements. You are responsible for spotting these dangers and other oddities before they can threaten the party. Please describe to me your efforts to spot dangers on your journey and keep your party from being surprised by them.
So here's what I'd like to do. Ethan has an idea. And he has this big, tough paladin to help him out with it. Every so often, what he's going to do is, hey, do me a favor. I need you to take your hands like this. And when I say do it, you're going to go like this as hard as you can. And the whole point is Ethan's going to do a running start and have the paladin help throw him into the air to get a look around at everything from above. And then do like a tuck and roll to stick the landing.
Okay. You do your best acrobatic tumble to scout out the terrain above the trees, looking for what dangers may rest around you. I would be happy to take a perception wisdom as you are looking around, but if you would like an acrobatics dexterity check to tumble to your greatest desire, I will accept it. That is hilarious to me. The base DC for the lookout is 12, so that is your target number here.
Yeah. I'd like to cartwheel my way to victory here. Yes, I do.
All right. Your acrobatic tumbling keeps a sharp eye out for the dangers of the road and what may come ahead. You also get a chance to roll on the old discovery table. I will keep that to myself. So, your days are spent traveling, long and tiring, as the party slowly maneuvers its way through the plains of the road here. You would normally have gotten to Timbervale in a day, but instead you stop and make camp early along the road, as Malison is certain that you need that extra time, and it is long and slow going. You eventually make your way through Timbervale, stopping by the rainy kind of small town that's still recovering from the war that was fought there, leaving it behind quickly and heading back out into the forest once more, where the ground becomes more difficult to pass through, and maybe your kind of lack of food is starting to get under your skin, and it is becoming increasingly more difficult to move forward. As you are making your way through there, Ethan, you are doing your greatest tumbling act, jumping above the trees, and as you are twirling through the air in front of the party, in the direction that you need to be heading, you find a sight of strange goblins. There are 4 of them in the forest just ahead of you and your party. And they seem to be, I think I misspoke, I believe there are 5 of them. There are 4 of them surrounding one in the center, and they seem to be either dancing or chanting in a circle around this one goblin in the center. As you tumble back down out of the sky, you've seen this. What do you make of this, and what do you do as you come across it?
Oh, I'm intrigued. This is fantastic. I turn to the wisest man and most knowledgeable man of religion in this party, to Mole, of course, and I ask him if he has any ideas of what this ritual may be. Do a little interpretive dance trying to mimic the actions of the goblins to help give a visual.
Oh, to Mole?
Yes, of course.
Uh,
The
he-
wisest of all.
Yeah, I thought you said Timol. I was like, I don't know what's one in that party. So, Timol sort of rubs at his beard, and starts to consider and ponders upon the stories he may have heard and knowledge of goblins that he may possess. And he attempts to sort of like replicate the little cartwheels that he's doing. Was it something like this? He sort of like stands on his head and falls like with like a crash onto the ground after a moment, looking up at you expectantly.
A little more hip action like this.
Oh, I
then
see.
you
I see. Like that. Like no, I have no idea what that is.
Oh. Well, hey Jack. What? Oh, Davin. Yeah. What about you? You have any idea? You know anything about this?
I think that's it's a mating dance.
Oh.
Malison pulls
Oh,
her
really?
head cover over her eyes and turns away.
Yeah, I'm a little worried. There's
It's like,
four
it's
of them
like
all around.
a. Oh, four?
There's four of them all around this one goblin. I'm a little concerned. I think we might need to intervene.
That doesn't sound. Yeah, that doesn't sound wholesome at all. We need to go intervene.
Yeah, let's go be quiet about it. Hey,
Do you really need to interfere in the procreation of other creatures?
there's four of them. I'm worried about the fifth.
Wait, this will make more goblins?
Wait.
Mole walks over to our paladin and rests her hands on his shoulder. Now, son, let me tell you. In nature, there's this thing called procreation, and the way it works. And he starts. I imagine this like one of those scenes where he's like turning him away from the party and like walking him away to like, give him a little talk. We won't share on stream.
Nice.
Wait, but
It
I
fades
thought
to
they-
black. It turns back to the other two
Yeah.
party members.
I thought it was
Well,
the
we're doing-
swans.
I like gesture to Miles and I say, "Would you like to go like try to see what's going on? See if
Absolutely
sure-
not. I've heard more than enough, and certainly seen more than. Why don't we
I-
just move around it and let the
Like-
goblins be?
Fine, I'll go myself." And I like brush off my robes, like take like a twig out of my sleeve and like flick it off. And I like, okay, dirt, let's go.
Well,
Start
I mean,
crawling my way up.
Are
All
you
right.
Mole is gonna
forest
follow.
fire risk?
All right.
Huh?
Mole's gonna follow. Davnin, are you asking about his flame walking robe or cloak?
Yeah, I will also follow, but from a distance. I don't want this guy to catch on fire.
It's not on. It's not on. My lovely blue robes embroidered with like a flowered filigree is not on currently. It's all folded up and like in a
If you say
handkerchief
so,
style.
I'm
You
gonna
would
keep
know
it-
this.
I'm
All
gonna keep
right.
back. I don't trust this.
All right. I hear you. So it sounds like
ahead, Davin.
everybody but Malison is interested in whatever is going on with these goblins. So Ethan and Davnin following at a distance, and Mole make their way up to the edge of a.
If Mole notices, so he's gonna pause after a moment. Notice that our rogue is not, or Malison isn't joining us, and he's gonna sort of like grunt and like start to waddle back towards her and say, "You don't have to look, but if something bad's, he's set on going, and if something bad happens, better we're all together."
She was already beginning to sneak up to watch like real adventurers in action. So
Okay.
you see her kind of like creeping in your direction, and then she spots you and is like, "Oh, I just figured I'd keep an eye on you all."
It's okay. She likes to watch. She's just a bit embarrassed about it.
I won't.
It's a perfectly natural thing. Like goblins need to procreate just like the rest of all of us.
Yes,
Oh.
yes. I'm not interested in that, but just in case you're spotted, I figured I'd, better in numbers.
Also, I don't think it's a procreation ritual.
Oh, what do you think it is?
No idea, but probably not that.
Well,
It wouldn't be something they're doing out in the middle of in the middle of the woods where they could be snuck on or interrupted. That goes against natural instincts. It's something you want to do like at a home or a den because you want to protect the young.
Suppose you have a point there. Well, I suppose if it is, if they
Whatever
are,
it is, the weird one wants to look at it. So
yes. All right, I'll follow along just in case.
Malison
But
follows...
I'm not looking. I'm not looking if it is what we suspect it could be.
All right. Malison follows along, and the four of you sneak up, kind of pretty darn close to them, as you get to the edge of some trees next to the clearing upon which this dancing is taking place. It looks a bit like this on the old map. Ethan and Mole have snuck up closer while the duo of Malison and Davnin kind of keep their distance to the back of this strange procession. As you arrive close, the party sees four goblins kind of doing their dancing ritual, chanting in their goblin tongue around a fifth one. The fifth one is slightly larger than the rest of the goblins, and it seems to have some kind of growth or protrusion in its chest, although its back is to you, and so you only get brief glimpses of it as it too is doing a kind of small little dance as it goes. You see this happening. Ethan, you will recognize that this goblin was not bigger than the other four when you first spied him in the air. This registers to you as you watch this happening in front of you.
Cool.
Tell me about this. Tell me about this growth or protrusion that's coming from his chest. This has Mole's attention.
Mm-hmm. You try to get your best look at it as you stare at this dance. It's hard to get a full good look at it, but it glints in the kind of fading sunlight of the afternoon as it kind of flits through different trees here. It shines not like metal to your dwarf eyes. You think that it might be some kind of glass-like or crystal-like growth or protrusion. It seems very smooth and not jagged, but you don't get the best look beyond that information.
I think if nobody else wants to do anything, I want to like sneak around and try to get like a better angle on this, like sticking back, like and start like sneaking around like up this cliffside.
Okay.
Try to get a better angle on this.
As you try to position yourself better, go ahead and give me a stealth dexterity check as you make your way around these goblinoids. A 13. Excellent. Let me double check with goblins here. You begin creeping along low to the ground, giving a nice wide berth to your arc. And sure enough, they are well distracted by their ritual. You sneak to kind of the edge of this tree here to get a better line of sight on the center goblin, as these four are kind of replacing themselves in a circle around him. As one of the goblins kind of passes like in... kind of like in this direction, right? Like they're going in this kind of counterclockwise circle. You get a nice look at this center goblin. And sure enough, in the center of his chest, almost seemingly like grafted into his skin, seems to be a like almost mirror-like lens made of some kind of glass-like material. You can't see through it from the distance that you're in, but it gives you the impression that it's meant to be almost like looked through. In the round that you spent kind of sneaking and looking, this goblin grows again a little bit more in size.
Could I get a line of sight and do a religion check?
On this ritual?
Yeah, religion in survival. I don't know what would be.
What are you
like,
trying to glean here, Davnin?
I think like if this looks like it's like a religious thing, like are they praying? Are they is there magic involved? Like is this like they're worshiping this goblin or something along those lines?
Okay. Yeah. Why don't you give me a religion intelligence check here?
If he's getting bigger, there must be some sort of stimulation happening.
Davnin, you recognize this as some kind of ritual. The religious component of it is not something that you are familiar with. You're not sure if this is a goblin like shamanistic ceremony or religious ceremony, but there's definitely magic at play, whether arcane or religious in nature. You definitely can kind of notice the movements of this dance, while seemingly chaotic, are very much practiced, very choreographed, very in sync. It seems as if each step has been formulated. This is definitely some kind of ritual, and it definitely seems to be involved with whatever has been grafted into this creature's chest.
I have one question. Well, two. I'm looking at this like center goblin getting bigger. One, does he look like he's they're in pain?
No, doesn't appear to be in pain at all.
And two, are they like maintaining their features? Do they still look like a goblin, or are they starting to look like?
No, they still look like a goblin, just big.
Huh. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Would
like,
I divine sense?
Yeah. You sense no celestials, fiends, undead, fae, and you ping your own half elf self.
Phew. It's not fiendish.
you ping something in the trees. It's me.
No. It's surrounding us.
Cool.
All right, Palladium, we going in?
Yeah. I say, okay, guys, like showtime. 3, 2, 1. I fling my cloak upon my shoulders. I go to charge.
In this time that I just while he had been sneaking and the others sort of had been looking, I was gonna wait till the end because Mole is gonna react in a way. He's sort of like watching this for a moment. He wonders if this is some sort of ritual, and when he catches the glint of this sort of like glass, something sort of strikes him as wrong here. This is wrong. This is like unnatural. The way this goblin is growing, there's just this deep sense of like sort of like a distortion for him, and he just feels he just really does not like this at all, and he's gonna act. And by act, I mean that as soon as he sees that goblin is going bigger, he's going to reach into his pocket and pull out sort of like a small twig and sort of crush it and whisper very faintly while staring towards this central goblin. And I'm gonna cast Entangle on them. So I'll let you decide how that is his intention, Greg. So
excellent. I think that will kick off our combat as Ethan is getting ready to give his 3, 2, 1. You're already like into your spell, and you will just cast Entangle, and we will roll initiative. Tell me, Mole, when you cast the spell, what does that look like when you cast it? Like, how does you manifest? Just
so
magic?
What he's doing is he reaches into sort of like a pouch that he has of these various herbs and small sort of like scraps of either dirt or plants or leaves of various places he's taken, and he looks around. He sees that there's like trees around here, and there's sort of like they're in a relatively grassy hill, and he sees this as some sort of like perversion and wrongness, and he sort of like calls for a whisper for the natural world to aid him in correcting this. And so he's encouraging these like roots of these trees to reach out and wrap around these goblins, and the grass to grow stronger, like grow larger, just as this goblin is growing larger, except show that the power of nature is greater. And there's your
Entangle. Excellent. Here, let me draw you like a green square or something here. Excellent. We'll go. Oh, that's not the draw square shape. Let's undo that.
The lines, they're so big.
Yeah. Why don't I have a draw shape? There we go. All right. There's your entangle spell right there. The roots and the grasses grow up, snapping, trying to grab at these creatures, and 3 of them will make goblin strength saving throws at a disadvantage as they are enraptured in this ritualistic dance. The first one instantly fails. This goblin has become entangled, grasped by the tree roots and various grasses of the forest around him. The second goblin will make the same check, also failing, being entwined entirely by the roots of the entangle. And the final of the regular goblins will make the roll at disadvantage, also being entangled. This larger one, however, is a much bigger beast here. He does not roll at disadvantage, and he has a +2 to his strength at this point. Oh, despite the best efforts of the grasses and roots, you see this larger goblin, like, ripping them off of his legs, like, kicking through the grasses, his head kind of turning and looking for the source of whatever mysterious magic has gotten him. Everyone, roll me initiative.
Oh, sorry. I forgot to select the token.
Boom. It is helpful if you select a token.
I can correct it once we see the tracker.
We will get that in descending order for you. There you go. Let's put this over here for the stream. Excellent. So, Ethan, you are the first to react as the entanglement springs up around these creatures. You see 3 of the goblins get ensnared while the large one rips the roots away. What do you do? How do you react to this?
Well, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Excellent. Give me a acrobatics dexterity check as you tumble over that kind of cliff face. Excellent. Yeah, you leap through the cliff face, no problem.
It should be a disadvantage. I have exhaustion.
You are exhausted, yes. Please give me that again. Perfect. You still leap through with no problem.
Fantastic. And then feel the might of my broom. I must sweep him off his feet.
Indeed. You strike him true with your mighty broom.
For 7 Damahe.
For 7 Damahe. You go to sweep him off his feet, but instead of, like, tripping him up, you actually just, like, break kneecaps. You hear shattered bone. The creature dies from the, like, bleeding out and internal injuries that your broom causes to him as he thumps down on the ground.
I look horrified.
You donned your flaming cloak, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
Give me a second here. We're going to 15-foot radius that.
I can give it.
Boom. Okay, so you have made this creature and this creature enter your radius for the first time. They will each make Constitution saving throws. This one here, the regular goblin fails. Please roll me d6 fire damage. He burns, his skin crackles and blisters while he's bound by the grasses. He yelps out in pain. This larger one will roll +2 as well. His skin singes. You can smell burned goblin hair around your nostrils, but he is not hurt by your flames. Excellent.
So I'm gonna finish my move. Move 25, so 30, 35, 40, and 45. So I end
What
right
gives you
here.
45 movement speed?
35 for being a wood elf, and then plus 10 because I have unarmored movement now.
Unarmored
Level
movement
2
is
monk.
the feat. Okay.
No, that's a class feature for monks.
Or yeah, I said feat. Class feature.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Which means we get one more save here from a goblin. Absolutely. He will succeed. More goblin hair burning. The party members see like twigs and grasses and trees in the area around Ethan beginning to ignite and like catch small fires and burn. Mole, you see all of this happen in front of you. What do you do?
I had one last thing, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm going to take the dodge action as a bonus action, spending a key point.
Okay. Perfect.
Yep, that's it.
Mole, you see all of this happening. What do you do?
Pleased that the lesser goblins are entangled within the rock creature, Mole waddles over here with his squat figure, sort of like staring at this large goblin, and reaches into his pouch where he pulls out a trio of pebbles and sort of like holds them up to his lips and blows on them. And I'm gonna cast Magic Stone on them, which I'll just link so people can see what it does. And these stones will be imbued with our wrath, which will be swiftly brought upon this creature, as he sort of like takes one of these stones in his hands. He says, "Didn't you ever hear that phrase? People with a glass chest shouldn't stones thrown at them." And he just throws the rock.
All right. I think that you have a decent line of sight here, like underneath the overhanging boughs of these trees.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to move in
Yeah.
a place where I don't see a like a trunk in the way.
Perfect. Yeah, so you huck that stone underneath it, whistles through the air, boom, strikes him in the chest, full on. Go ahead and roll me damage. For 4 bludgeoning damage. The like whole goblin like takes a step back and narrows its eyes at you, while his hair like ignites and catches fire and smokes up the whole area. Alrighty, not Jack Allen. You are Davnin. Davnin, it is your turn. What will you do?
I will run up to here and take a shot with my longbow
Who are you aiming at?
at the big goblin.
Okay, absolutely. Please make that happen.
Oof.
Longbow. Oh, critically missing. You know what I think happens is you fire your longbow and it passes through this area where the robes burning takes place, and the wooden shaft of your arrow ignites and burns up before it can impact the large goblin.
And that is my turn.
All right, Malison. You've been kind of standing in the back watching this whole ensemble go down. What do you do as it comes to your turn?
Yeah, Malison, again, I think it's important for my character's growth to continue to characterize that she is not yet an adventurer. Like, I'm considering her a level 0. But she's like actively watching all of these cool adventurers like do their thing and is taking it all in. But she realizes it's the goblins' eyes are like flitting around the battlefield, that she should actively be hiding. So she's going to be like dodging behind this big tree over here.
Okay.
And trying to like stay out of sight. And I think she like quickly realizes this as combat unfolds. So while they're all doing their thing, she's like trying to watch, but she's more like, so I have, I've written some beliefs and instincts for my character. And one of them is go for the gold, but not at the cost of a chip on your shoulder. And I mean this literally because as she's discovered, she is not,
Malison, how did
permanent
you discover that your chips didn't heal? Like, give us an insight into that moment.
Yeah, I think it was as she was doing some of her glass blowing work. She just, made a mistake and was like kind of like working with some of the tools. And either she like hammered like her arm or her hand accidentally, and there's like a small crack in it. Or maybe she like, I don't know. I think she it was just some sort of like workplace accident.
Okay.
She does like for some reason she knows how to blow glass. Like it's the one thing she knows, and kind of like instinctively figured out how to do. Which it's a very complex thing to do. Very strange that she would have that skill. Right. But she's not perfect at it. So I think it was some sort of workplace injury that left a small crack on her. Not like nothing major. Not like it's like a scar essentially. And she like was like, oh, okay, well, here's my chance to find out, like, is my body gonna heal like anyone else's? And she waited a day, 2 days, 3 days, and nothing. A week goes by and there's no change, and she's certain like, oh my god, my body can't heal. So there's a reason it's worded go for the gold, because one of her beliefs is, I don't know who I'm a statue of, maybe a queen. There's no reason I can't live like that. So she's in this for the money.
Excellent.
Both for quality of life improvement, but also like maybe she'll find someone she can hire to help her.
Okay.
But there's also no reward here, so she's not really interested in picking a fight with these goblins. Like no one's paying her to kill these goblins, so she's just gonna hide here.
Perfect.
So I'll go ahead and do a stealth check, 21.
Perfect. All right. Yeah, you duck in behind the trunk of a tree there, having flashbacks to your chip not healing, and try to stay out of sight to the best of your ability. With that, the goblins will take their turn. These goblins are held and restrained for their turn. I believe at the end of their turn, they get a chance to break free from.
I think they can use an action to make a strength check against my spell.
Beautiful. Then that's what they will do. They will use an action to break free from the entanglement. They are no longer surprised and dancing in their ritual, so they will just make regular strength checks. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to roll 3d20. It's going to be easier that way. They are all at -1 because they are goblins.
DC 14.
DC 14, you said? Okay, so the first one will succeed. So this one up here in the top left, rips themselves out of their entanglement. But these other two goblins fail to do so. So this one here is going to get out of that entangled area. It's going to cost him double movement to get here, so 10 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet, 25 feet, and 30 feet. He rushes up to Davnin and your longbow. The goblin pulls out a wicked-looking scimitar, long and flat, but with like jagged notches in the blade, one that has been long used, and it swings it at you, trying to take out your knees. With an 18, will that hit you?
Quick question.
An 18 will hit, but I thought it was the action to break free.
It is its action to break free. You're correct. It thinks about doing this, but instead stands right next to you, imagining this situation.
It's imagination.
Yeah, it's imagining it really hard.
It's
big
visualizing
goblin.
its next turn.
You must first defeat your opponent in your mind's eye before you can defeat
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's the master of the scimitar, and he's just envisioning that blade going right through your knees. Excellent. The big goblin decides that the flaming, burning cloak man is definitely the scariest. So he will step forward into this. He's not quite a large creature, so he doesn't snap to the grid. Oh, you interrupted it before. It would have been nice and convenient. Okay. He steps up right there, and he is going to make attacks at good old Ethan. The first thing he does is ball up an enormous fist and swing it almost down on you, like a hammer blow on top of you. He will roll d20 plus 4.
It's me at a disadvantage.
Yes.
The dodge.
Turns out this goblin has the offensive statistics of a stone golem.
That is a 14, Ethan. Will that get you?
Oh, yeah.
All right. His hammer fist comes slamming down on the top of your head. Please take for me 6 points of bludgeoning damage. The second thing that he will do is he taps this lens in his chest like he's Iron Man or something, trying to get the lens to flare up, and eventually he draws a small symbol on it. If you are proficient in Goblin, I will tell you what it is. But as he finishes the symbol drawn, give me a DC 12 Constitution saving throw.
Gotcha.
Shit.
Oh, the lens kind of flares with light as he finishes his drawing. It's bright. It almost feels like it's overwhelming, and then you blink through it, and you're fine, still standing there. There are 2 goblins that have ended their turn inside of your flame radius. Go ahead and roll me a d6, and we will save for their constitution. This one the regular goblin will succeed, and the larger goblin will fail, so he will take 5 additional points of burning flame damage. As his skin boils and pops and burns in the flame, you can see, everyone, that he is bloodied by this burn. Ethan, after seeing all that, it is your turn. What will you do?
That wasn't very nice. Well, time to use the old Broom of Doom. Nope.
Oh, you swing out your wooden broom, just slamming into the side of this creature. It doesn't budge. It just ignores your broom.
One sec. Let me just double check to see if I can do this, or if I don't have enough key points. 1 second. 2, and it is key. I can use is flare blows. Yeah, 1 key point. Sweet, cool. So I'm gonna give him a punch.
All right. You follow up with a fist attack. You critically strike him, he's ignoring your broom, and you just give him an uppercut as he looks at the stick landing on his leg. Go ahead and roll me some damage.
For 8 Damahe.
For 8 Damahe, oh my goodness. His, jaw snaps back. He, rolls for a second, shaking his head. You can see he, bit his tongue from that uppercut, blood trickling down his, big mouth. But he doesn't go down.
And then the follow-up, 1 uppercut, and then a spin move with a kick. No.
Oh, he was prepared for that one. He catches your kick and throws it back down into the ground.
I'm ooh, not ideal.
Mole, you see these burning creature on the edge of death. What do you do?
He steps forward. He sort of holds this stone upon his hands, looks at this thing. He knows it probably doesn't understand, and he says, You ever hear about the Mind Goblin?
It just goes, Rah!
17 hit.
Yes, you throw your magic stone. Give me some damage.
He throws this magic stone, and as it strikes, he says, Mind Goblin, these nuts!
As your epic burn rings out, your stone is perfect, trailing through the air with a sharp whistle, and it crashes through the glass lens in its chest. It cracks and shatters, and the innards.
That's much more. 1 second.
Yeah.
That is actually much more. It should have ability modifier on that damage. Let me fix that. So it should be another 4.
Oh, perfect. It's dead either way, but good to know.
No.
The innards of this creature begin to spill out all over Ethan, and it lies dead on the ground.
Oh, Greg, you've hurt me in more ways than that goblin ever could have. You've ruined it.
How do you like that one? That's my turn.
Perfect. Davnin, this creature is eyeing your kneecaps, licking its lips, staring at you, scimitar in hand. What do you do?
I will drop my bow and stab him with my rapier.
All right.
No nat ones this time. No nat ones.
The 15 will hit.
I don't know why they rolled twice.
That's all right. No worries.
And this should be +2 damage. I just don't have dueling in.
Okay. For 12 damage, you drop your bow to the side, whip out your rapier in a quick thrust. As it's eyeing your kneecap, you see its arm drawing back, and you just skewer it right through the neck. A glazed look comes over its eyes, and it slides off your blade, dead on the ground.
And then I will move my speed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 over to here. Oh wait! Oh god! I think I run in there, not realizing.
All right, you forget about the effects of the cloak for a minute. Please make me a DC 12 Constitution saving throw.
This is what got my arrow. I forgot.
Oh, you feel immediately this wave of intense heat around you. Like the loose threads on your clothing start to like smolder and burn, but you resist the flaming damage for the moment.
On my purple sash.
All right. Malison, you are behind the tree, and you can hear the sounds of death and flames. What do you do?
She is actively is turning around the tree one way, looking back behind it at her monk companion, at Ethan, standing his ground against this massive fucking goblin, and then she twists and looks the other way, sees oh my god, Davnin skewer this goblin, and then rush into a flaming area and just brush it off like it's nothing, and she's like, wow, this is what it is to be an adventurer. And there's a fire lighting in her. She hasn't felt sensation in a long time. She doesn't feel hot, she doesn't feel cold, she doesn't feel thirst, she doesn't feel hunger. But there is something there that is igniting, and she simply watches.
All right, excellent. That is the goblins' turn. They're still being grappled and tangled by the vines around them. They're using their actions to try to break themselves free. That is the wrong check. Cancel that. Belay that dexterity check. Strength instead. The first goblin tears itself out free from the vines around it, and the second fails to do so. This top one here manages to break free, and it immediately steps out of the grasses, and it's gonna actually go this way. 15, 20, 25, 30. It can't do anything else with its turn. It appears to be fleeing towards the trees. Excellent. Ethan, it is your... the other goblin ended its turn in your flames. Let's make a con save. It succeeds, so no damage.
Okay.
It is your turn.
Fantastic. Cool. I'm like, well, that's my cue, I suppose. You're gonna make a attack against me with disadvantage. Feel free.
Yeah, why not?
15.
It will make its attack at disadvantage.
Crit him first, you
8
miss.
is probably not going to get you.
No. So I'm 30. Do you want me to make another acrobatics check?
Are you trying to, climb up onto the top of that?
Yeah, so when I,
Yeah,
Like,
please
up.
do. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah,
remember disadvantage for the exhaustion.
Of course. 15.
15. You scramble up, no problem, rushing up to
Yep.
the top of
35. It's the first time it entered my aura.
that. It is, yes. We'll make a con save. It fails. Roll me
Takes
one
one.
additional point of damage. All right.
Oh, cool. And then I'm gonna
Smokes and
beat it to death with my
burns.
broom.
Okay. The broom strikes him.
Looks like it's a clean sweep, guys.
Oh, for 7 point. Yeah, you once again like snap limbs and body parts. It falls to the ground, a smoldering, burning, broken heap at the like strike of your broom.
I think this time what happens is I just trip him and he falls off the edge. And
Oh, perfect. Yes, yes. You trip him, he falls back and just like breaks his neck, going down the little cliff. Absolutely. All right. Mole, there's but a single goblin left, entangled by your spell. What will you do?
We're gonna waddle on over, sort of like in his general direction. And when I say waddle, it's gonna be one of those really comical. He's going for that like really dramatic baseball pitch, right? And he's like doing the stutter step, like running forward with this last rock, and is just gonna hurl it and try to end this goblin's life.
Like
I
a
have
Fred
advantage.
Flintstone
Yeah.
pitched a baseball.
23 will hit. For 6 bludgeoning. Excellent. Did this guy fail a fire at any time? He did. This is enough to slay him. Your stone cracks him atop the skull. He reels backwards, dead on the ground. After a brief moment, the forest stands quiet, except for the small crackle of flames kind of bursting forth from the flammable materials near to Ethan and his robe.
Taking great care not to go too close, I'll go pick up my bow.
I'll immediately fold up my cloak, my robe in a like practice fashion.
Absolutely, yes. You doff your robe, and after a moment of folding it, the flames cease. And
Yeah, I suppress my stunning good looks for the moment.
yes.
Mole will reach down to put his hands on the ground and dust on his hands with a job well done.
Malison, standing behind the tree, psyching herself up, she grabs the whip at her belt, jumps around the tree, and sees that her companions are collecting their things.
And the goblins thing.
You'll get them next time. It's gonna be great.
Yes. You
Wow.
attempt to loot the goblins. You find a few trinkets on them, a few valuables, as well as some like worn gear. These like notched scimitars that have been well used and ill maintained. Some like torn and resewn and patched together, like boiled leather armor. Some of it still has like bits of fur clinging to it. It hasn't been tanned particularly well. As you are going through their things, I believe it was Mole who said that they were cleaning up the goblins. Go ahead and give me an investigation check as you do so. A 15. Beautiful. You will find that they have a number of trinkets on them, kind of small polished stones, maybe some nice metals. None of it is like semi-precious in variety, things that are work that you can pawn off on the merchants. They will amount to 12 gold pieces in total. But upon one of the goblins, you find a small kind of tube that has been like cracked open. It was made of a wood not native to this part of the world. It looks more like maybe bamboo or some kind of long reed. And the contents of it are a small slip of paper that have been like folded, less than rolled, to kind of fit into this tube.
So it's like a small tube of paper with
It's no more than
slips
the
of paper.
size of like maybe a pencil. It's not like a full scroll case.
Okay.
Yeah.
He will like look at this, see there's paper on it, hand it to like anyone like he's just gonna hold out his hand and wait for someone to take it and investigate it, because he's more interested in the stuff which is worth absolutely nothing at all. I'm talking about like a specifically ugly rock with like some sort of like stain on it,
Yeah.
or maybe like a broken and chipped tooth. That's what he's like looking at, and they can deal with the valuable stuff.
I'll look at it. I'll look at the secret paper.
Okay. Ethan, you take the tube, unfold the paper. On it is a like arched and like scribbled hand that has written in a slanted runic language. I don't know if you recognize Goblin, but that is the language written on the paper. And on it is a diagram, and it looks to be like instructions of some sort. There is a kind of circle, like a cylinder, and it shows like dimensions, and it has like something grainy kind of drawn in it. Looks maybe like it could be rocks or sand or dirt, and then there's clearly a depiction of like fire, like when you get those like IKEA things and they're like, don't go near an open flame, right? And then but instead of crossed out, it's just like a flame, and then there's this like kind of full circle looking diagram afterwards.
Well, I turn to our stony companion. I say, "You're a glass blower.
Indeed.
You have your tools on you.
Of course.
We have this what seems to be a magical construct that has yet been shattered. Do you think, with your skill, you might be able to repair it?"
She'll like take a look at it and like handle it, kind of look at it at different angles. Glass is difficult to repair, nearly impossible.
Oh, you're a glass blower by trade.
Yeah, I am proficient in glass blowing.
This is goblinoid, and rudimentary. But you probably can piece together that it does appear that there's some kind of mold that they are putting sand in and heating, and it looks as if they are coming up with, like, you saw the kind of circular glass lens in the chest of the creature. The drawing, the like third diagram, reminds you of that. Like this, you might put together, this is definitely instructions on like creating that thing.
Spoiler, we're not just going to have seen that, we're going to have it in a second, because Mole has pulled out a knife and is going to work on this goblin's chest, and while they're inspecting this.
You begin carving out pieces of this glass from the chest. Your stone has like shattered into it. The glass is in shards, and you're like picking it out piece by piece. It broke into like a good number of them, not like completely shattered, but you're pulling out like 10 or 15 different pieces of this like circular lens.
Yeah, we go over to Malison, and we open our like hand, and in it is like a combination of like gob flesh and entrails, and like the shards of the glass, like the shards of the glass sort of like embedded in them, and we just sort of like hold our hand out to her for her to take it.
Sorry, I thought that was what I was handling at first, not like blueprints. So I take this and I look at it from different angles, and I think Malison, she can't feel nausea, but she feigns it. Like she is intellectually disgusted by the fact that she's holding goblin flesh. But there is glass here, and it is her craft. So she is being professional about it, and she is, like, okay. Let me take a look. All right. Yeah, this is what we have plans to make this. I could make this unless some sort of magic's required, which I am not proficient at. Let me study those blueprints a little bit. Or does anyone speak Goblin? I can't quite make this out.
Nope.
And I'd like to work with anyone, if possible, that speaks Goblin to try and like understand what this blueprint is saying this thing does specifically. Does anyone speak Goblin?
Mole turns to you and opens his mouth and goes,
I'm gonna need you to stop right there. I don't know what you're saying.
That's
You
what
could-
that's what Goblin sounds like. I don't speak it, but it sounds something like that.
Okay, but can you translate it?
Oh no idea.
Oh,
I pull out a bag of sand and says, "You need this for glass blowing, right? This is my contribution."
I'm gonna need much nicer, finer glass than that.
This
Or,
professional
sand
glass.
than that.
This professional glass blower, someone just hands her like entrails with some glass in it.
Here,
Someone else
take
puts
these
in some
entrails
sand.
and some sand. Just just whip something up, please.
Listen, can you do it or not?
Not. I would need my kill.
So you're saying you need a
You're not supposed to
place where
pronounce it
there's-
with the N, you know.
So you're saying you need a place with
Wait,
a lot
really?
of rocks and a great source of heat.
Yes, of course.
I got you covered.
Oh dear.
And I go to search for like a large rock, maybe like any like substantial size.
We get an idea, and we say, "Wait a second, we're going to some ruins with a bunch of really big rocks. We could do it there."
You're just gonna get under a rock and do a bunch of push-ups or something?
Nah, I pull out like a pickaxe. I was gonna make a little like cubby for me to just sit in and meditate while you start just going.
Just standing over you with like a rod. Just
Yeah.
like-
All right. So
Oh, dear.
are you actually gonna try to like find a giant rock to put your cloak near and like melt this sand down?
I mean, we have 2 days we killed 2 days. I think this might be why.
This is part of
This is why we lost 2 days.
One of the days you lost was Malison being like overly cautious, and the other one was you just like messing about with this rock and sand. Okay, okay. You are going to attempt to create a lens from random sand that you picked up in Rhyme View, and the heat of the cloak of flame walking, and a large rock that you find somewhere. So I want
shake it with a
Ethan
pickaxe.
to make me an investigation check. DC is going to be 15 to find a suitable rock that you can like house with your cloak in a long enough time frame that doesn't set like a forest fire or something. And after that's done, if successful, I will have Malison make me a glass blowing check at disadvantage for using less than ideal tools, as well as a recipe written in a language you can't read, to attempt to make this thing.
So I have written on my sheet like my glass blowing rod is my I have it as a blowgun. Like I have darts to use it as a blowgun.
Well,
and
I
have
think
my
your
punty.
glass blowing rod is good. That's there, but the rest of this setup is a little
I
jank,
see.
unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah.
So glass is also 100% recyclable. So I would like to include like what we carved out of the large goblin and like just
Okay.
It's like their job.
try and like get rid of as much of the flesh and blood and sinew.
you
as I
clean the
can.
entrails off of the broken glass. Okay.
None of
yeah.
us out of character have any illusions of this working, but we're trying.
Yeah. I'm like I gotta prove myself to these people because I don't know how to fight.
Okay.
If this works,
I
I
need,
want
I
my
need
radio.
to earn my keep. But like, yeah, I am like tossing that in there along with like new sand. So for Mole and do you have a component pouch or do you?
Yes.
Because you've described stuff. Do you have any type of like metals in there that might color?
No.
Okay.
He has nothing on him is metal, and he doesn't carry anything metal.
Okay.
Oh.
Does anyone have any like copper, gold, iron, nickel?
What
I
were
pulled out
the
pin they wanna
scimitars
contribute.
made of? The goblin rusty swords?
The goblin
I can,
swords are made of iron.
Okay.
I can just pull out like 15 gold piece and say this would work better.
Okay. This might be more your color, Ethan. if you want to contribute some gold. So I'll toss some
I
gold in the mixture, which will
Mhm.
make this like a soft red, not quite
Okay.
pink,
Okay.
but a soft red color. I'm looking at a sheet of like what metals make glass different colors. Yeah, and I'll try and cook this thing up. Like I can't even comprehend this like blueprint, so I don't even know if like the magic is gonna keep, but I'm gonna, try
you're,
and recycle this magical artifact.
All right.
you're,
So the
you're
first thing I want before we get too
Mhm.
far down the glass blowing rabbit hole is Ethan, find me this rock.
Okay. Question.
Okay.
I would like to get the assistance of our resident mineral and earth expert. That is Mole Man.
Okay. I think
Is that reasonable?
I think that Mole can help you in identifying rocks and where they could be and formed in the earth and all of that. So yes, I think you could get assistance there to negate the disadvantage of exhaustion.
Fantastic.
Give me that investigation roll.
The other thing I was hoping for is to do
Uh-huh.
a similar method to what I did to get launched up in the air to be able to do a perception check via an investigation.
Nope,
check.
I want you to investigate
okay.
this.
That's fair. That's fair, I guess. Okay, 1 and 4. Nope.
Okay. So so Ethan, you find instead of the ideal rock, you find a lesser sized one that is you need to like constantly maintenance with your flames. It's gonna make the work that Malison is doing more difficult.
Okay.
So Malison, you have this rock being like superheated by this cloak, this blue cloak that is just irradiating this huge amount of heat. You protect yourself from it as best you can. The sand begins melting slowly in a pool on this rock. It's like not big enough really for all of this sand as it's getting like molten hot. The glass takes its time to like recycle into it. It like starts running down the side. Like people are like scraping it back up into it so that you can work with it.
Yeah. It's worth mentioning that as a statue / tiefling, which I am using the racial features of, I have resistance to fire damage, so like,
Very good.
I can get in there no problem.
Okay.
You don't need
But yeah,
to, right?
the heat doesn't bother me. But yeah, I can make a glass blowing check. Do you want that with intelligence?
What do you think is the attribute most closely tied with it? Like, because I could see like
I think
the
it's
fine-tuned decks of your hands to like get that shape right, but I could also see like I'm trying to follow this recipe that I don't know.
I think it is. I mean, like, I'm not making anything that's particularly complicated. I'm just trying to like, because you said it's a disc, right?
It is a disc. It's a lens.
So
more
like,
specifically.
it's not a complicated. I mean, yeah, I need to like get a little like convecture there, but like I've done that before.
Okay.
I know how to do that. It is an instinct. So to me, it's about using my body to shape it as quickly and accurately as possible.
Okay.
So I'll do this with Dex.
I think that makes sense. You have disadvantage because your rock didn't go so well. I'm gonna have you also roll a DC 15.
I mean, I'm also exhausted.
You're also exhausted.
Wait, real
yeah.
quick. I'd like to give her the inspiration I got for passing my lookout check to her.
You did pass your lookout check. You will have inspiration that you can share.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I would
Alright.
like you to use that to not have disadvantage.
All right. You know me, I love a good cliffhanger, so I'm going to make this roll, but I'm going to ask that we take a quick break.
Absolutely. We're right
desperately-
on 2 hours. I was gonna do it after, but we can cliffhanger right here. We will.
All right.
You attempt to make this disc as best you can, and we'll see what the result is on the other side.
Oh.
See you guys in about 5 or 10 minutes. And welcome back, Internet, to Land Beyond the Mist. just before we took our break, Malison was blowing some glass, trying to replicate a small lens in the fashion of these instructions written in a goblinoid runic language that she could not quite read. With the glass blower's wand that she has on her person, she works this glass. It needs some help. People keep making sure that it gets cooled just right, heated when it needs to with the cloak. Eventually, what happens is you're skilled as a glassblower. You don't fail to make the lens. It eventually comes to shape. And as you break it off the end of your wand to cool, you see the inside of that kind of pinkish red hue.
Cranberry is what is apparently
cranberry.
the specific color.
From that very specifically red cranberry hue of the glass, there are threads of something else in it that you didn't expect. And there are long sections of it that are crystal clear, as if the gold or whatever other mineral just never mixed with that portion of it, streaks through it. And inside the streaks of that glass, as you peer upon it, they form a symbol. It is a rune. It looks a lot like an A that is leaning on one of its sides, kind of horizontally. And upon it, a small little rosette of like a crown, almost thorns. As you notice this, it flashes. A light kind of comes from it, much like when the creature tapped on its chest, and the glass explodes. It explodes out, little pieces of it, hot, and shatter around, maybe pelting a few of your companions. Not lethally, not enough to scratch you. But Malison, you haven't felt sensation in quite a while, but you feel a searing hot, a heat right on your shoulder, right here. It's under your robes and your rags, but you feel it. It's there but a moment, maybe 5 seconds at most, and then it disappears.
And that's why I wear the protection.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I think there was something about the trying to use the magic as it already was. Trying to recycle it it didn't quite work. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Ethan crawls. Sorry, go ahead.
Yep. When we get back to town, you got proper tools that can give it another crack.
It exploded. I'm sorry. I don't think there'll be.
Oh, this guy has a broom.
Yeah,
He does have
perhaps
a broom.
if you can find all the pieces, perhaps. But one of them hit me in the shoulder here, and others could have flown dozens of
figure it
feet.
out. You still got the instruction manual thing. Maybe someone can translate it back there.
Yes, perhaps we can try again, making a new one rather than recycling. Sometimes virgin glass is, much more easy to work with than recycling.
All right, didn't we have a quest to do or something?
Indeed, destiny calls us. We must.
Pardon, Ethan. You were crawling out from under something.
I curl out from the crevice I was in, wearing my cloak to heat this entire thing up.
Yeah, yeah.
I was getting really excited, pulling out my broom, ready to start. Yeah, fine, whatever.
You can put your abs away there, Ethan. Thank you.
Oh, oh, since my shirt's burned off.
Yes, you did a fine job. If I ever need a remote kill, I'll let you know.
All right.
If you need me around town, ask for the sauna.
with the goblins taken care of and the day spent blowing some glass, we return to the travel that we were doing up to the stone ruins. You're still exhausted. You're still kind of like got some grumble in the stomachs. Maybe you're a little sick. Maybe you're just sick of the acorn stew. But you continue on through the forests. You rest a night in the forest itself. And during that night, your lookout is particularly on point. And Ethan, you hear song. Not singing per se, but musical. Like maybe a pipe, a flute, some kind of reed or wooden music.
Have I heard this before?
I don't know. Have you, or what experiences have you had with flutes and pipes and music and the like?
Well, the Fae having a whole presentation with flutes and pipes and the like.
It's very similar, yes.
Okay. Round 2, buddy. I wake up all my party members like, hey, we got some people to go beat up for the money they owe us. Let's go.
What kind of people?
The Fae. These woody bastards screwed us.
I will cast. How far away do you think the noise is coming from?
You listen. It's not faint, but not strong. You would assume that they're playing near enough that you could find them if you followed it, but it would probably take some time through the dark.
That's baby making music. Just leave it alone.
Nah, I know what this is this time.
Are they gonna come and bother us? Can we just go back to sleep?
I want to go to them and bother them.
But what do they do to you? You said they owe you money?
They buy us into trade. They drugged us. They ensnared us. And then they rob a man blind, kill him in the night, and ruin my entire party's reputation with the Whitewater Company.
Did they charm you at all?
Yes. I know. Weird, right?
Are you sure you want to mess with them?
Yes.
They sound dangerous.
Don't worry. They're like pushovers as long as they don't get to pop off spells on you, which it takes a while. Heard another party took them out a while ago, and they're even weaker than we are now.
I fought some Fae kind of creatures. They were invisible, and then they popped out at us. They moved really quick, and they attacked us with daggers a bunch. They were not nice either. So if you want to handle this, I'm game. I'll probably cast a spell to protect my mind.
Yeah, I like it. We have to fight them at first, but they're the same group. Why I oughta.
I'm gonna need a persuasion check or a manipulation check if you were lying about their strength. Because Malison, one of her instincts is to not get into danger.
Oh, I understand.
Unnecessarily. I mean, it's don't get into danger at all.
I understand. Do I need to roll this at disadvantage because of exhaustion, or are you exhausted as well enough to?
I'm also exhausted, so I probably am rolling manipulation against you.
Okay, so just normal roll for me then. Does that work for you?
Or disadvantage for both of us.
Oh, and whatever roll you'd like to. I'm not. If you want to roll off, that's.
I'm gonna roll manipulation or insight.
Sure.
And that's a 5.
It's a 9.
Okay. All right. Yeah. If you say that we're stronger than they are, then and they pose a threat, but you think we can dispatch of them, then perhaps it's best we take care of them.
Had they been attacking merchants, Ethan?
They stole the man's livelihood and then killed him in the night.
Unprovoked. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they're just assholes.
Let's go clobber them.
Yeah, tell them, Mole. Come on.
Listen, I want to let you all know I'm coming in on this one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna help out. Unlike with the goblins, I feel really guilty about messing up the lens. I want you to
You
know
did
that you can count on me. What'd you say?
She's on. See, you first of all, you did fabulously on the lens. You did great. Not your fault at all. Probably was my improper stone. Like, well, let's be real here. But also, we have her now. How could we possibly lose any fight we could get into? She will we're perfect now. There is no threat that we cannot be overcome. Let's go. And I turn and start marching off into the night.
Malison can't sweat, but boy, does she want to.
Does
That's a lot of
Malison
pressure.
condense in the like cooler air?
I think part of the the shitty quartermastering has been Malison will pretend to eat food and pretend to drink water and pretend to sweat. Like she'll try and keep an eye on how like sweaty other people look and like douse herself. And she's been overdoing it the last couple days.
Okay.
Discreetly just pours a water skin over her.
Yeah, she's just like.
All right, you creep along through the woods, following the sounds of this kind of wooden instrument. Sure enough, as you get closer, it does remind you of a pan flute. Eventually, the four of you will make it to the edge of a small camp in the woods that looks something like this. You will see that there is a small tent set up, and there are two like satyrs, these kind of goat-like humanoids, both of them male with like oiled, perfectly trimmed beards and curled horns. They are playing a duet upon their pan flutes. That is quite nice to listen to. Like you can just kind of feel yourself maybe a little less exhausted, a little less tired, a little more rejuvenated as you hear the music kind of wafting over you.
I cast Entangle.
Oh god.
Okay, and with that, I guess we will cast Entangle. The grounds and grasses rise up, angry and grasping once more at these 5, 10, 15, like this. Does that look about right?
Probably one down to sort of like get if in case there's someone hiding in the.
So like that. Yeah, perfect. All right, the grasses explode upward, grasping and grabbing at these creatures, and they will make some strength saves. Davnin, you were like right hot on the heels there. What are you trying to say?
I was going to cast protection from good and evil on myself.
Okay, yeah, you can absolutely make that happen. Yeah, your spells go off simultaneously. I know you were talking about doing that before we even started. These satyrs are surprised, for sure. Their music interrupted. They will roll a disadvantage. The first definitely is grasped by these tangling weeds. The second manages to resist the urge, but this one here you can see has been just grappled and tangled and twisted by the grasses. They both give out a shout of like surprise, like not necessarily at anyone or you, like whoa. And I think we should all roll some initiative.
Mole doesn't fuck around. He just waddles in and
that you do not, good friend.
One question, Greg.
Yes, sir.
Have we had an opportunity for a short rest since
we spent the
are
night?
last encountered?
You spent the night. This is the next night.
Okay, fantastic. Let me just real quick.
So I guess mechanically, just as an overview for people who are unfamiliar with the way I'm doing travel, the travel phase itself is kind of a montage of days from the beginning of your travel to the like destination point. right? And we are going to zoom in and look at specific encounters or interesting things that you find along the way, right? So when a day passes, or when we go from encounter to encounter, unless it's specifically mentioned that it's in the same day, you can assume that you have had the opportunity for a night's rest, which, as defined by the travel system, you get to expend any number of hit dice that remain in your pool, and recover any class features tied to a long rest per the player's handbook, as well as recover half of your total hit dice rounded up for the next day. So if after a combat you want to stop me and roll those hit dice or something, just let me know. Otherwise I'm going to just montage along. But you that's the kind of idea of the travel system.
But we do not resolve exhaustion because we're still traveling.
Correct.
Right?
So exhaustion and wounds require what I've dubbed a full rest. And so a full rest may only be taken at a safe and secure location, such as an Imperium settlement, or the abode of an ally, or a sanctuary that you have found in the mists.
Gotcha.
So those things will continue regardless.
Sweet.
Yeah.
I love these mechanics.
Thank you. I worked hard on them. Excellent. So, with that, Malison, the grasses have sprouted up around these satyrs. They're shocked and surprised. One of them is entangled by it. You are full of adrenaline. Maybe you're ready to prove yourself, and you act first in this situation. What do you do?
Yeah, I think she's taken to heart this investment in I need to be a proactive member of this party. So I think as they are sneaking up and the entanglement is getting cast, I think she's actually off to the left side here, hiding in the trees, getting a good vantage point and concealing herself with another stealth. That's a 14 with disadvantage.
Okay, perfect.
Not forgetting we all have exhaustion, so I'm gonna give myself some sort of status for exhaustion here.
All right, you crouch down low in the trees, whip ready at the waist, getting a nice vantage point, and hide to the best of your ability. Ethan, you're the next to react as the entangle goes off. What do you do?
I'm going to run up here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. And I'm going to shout at them, answer our questions and you will not be harmed. And I'm going to hold my action to swing at them with my broom if I see them do any spell casting.
Okay, excellent. Give me a persuasion charisma roll here as you shout out your demand.
Let's see here.
Oof.
Oh, you see this satyr right here, brow furrowed, glaring daggers at you. When you say answer our questions, you won't be harmed. He's just you could just tell he's this asshole.
Hey, bro, you started this.
Mole, you are the next to react here after your spell. You hear the shouts of Ethan. What do you do?
I assume I don't have a good line of sight on this guy because the tent.
No, the tent's kind of in the way. Yeah.
If that's the case, then Mole waddles over. He does the run up. I guess when he does it, it looks like he's a cricket bowler, doing the approach, and then slings a stone. We'll cast Magic Stone again first, and then sling a stone at the bound satyr.
Okay, absolutely.
Oh yes. Restrained, right?
What gives you advantage in this situation?
He's restrained, right?
Oh, yes, he is restrained. Yep, 100%. Good call.
Do we not also have disadvantage, though?
That's an ability check.
You only have a single level of exhaustion, so the only things that you have disadvantage on are ability checks and saving throws.
I always forget attacks are not considered ability checks, which is really silly.
Yes. So your magic stone just bludgeons into this creature while it's bound by the grasses, like crunching into one of his horns that's so like neatly polishedly coiled, and it like breaks off, like it chips a piece of his horn. And he like hollers in pain, like ah! Tries to like reach up there, but he's bound.
Malison winces.
I think it actually is like a cricket ball. Like it goes like he throws the stone here with like a bit of English.
Oh,
it bounces
nice.
right here and just hits him right in the side of the head.
Oh my
Perfect.
A very rare sort of like grace to his posture as he does this waddle, and then immediately just sort of like waddles and flops behind his tent so he can't see him. That's my turn.
All right, excellent. And finally, Davnin, it is your turn. What do you do after this amazing feat of magic stone bowling?
I am going to run up to here.
Mm.
And I'm going to hold my action to attack.
Hold your. So you need a specific trigger for that attack. What will it be?
Yeah, it'll be these Fae moving, like attempting to flee or advance.
Okay, so if they move from their spot, you're gonna shoot them with your bow.
I have my shield on, so I will throw a dagger.
Throw a dagger. Perfect.
And it'll be if they leave the entangle square.
If they leave, okay, perfect. With that, it is the satyr's turn. This one that is entangled is just going to try to rip himself free. He has little else that he can do at the moment, being all grabbed up. So he'll make another strength check here against the spell, ripping himself free successfully. And he will do exactly what you said that you wanted to stop. So he rips himself out of the grass, like tearing the entanglement off of him. And he,
My
like,
DC is
steps to the
14.
side of it. Isn't your DC 13?
It's 14.
Davnin's is 13.
Oh, Davnin's is 13. I see. Okay, never mind. I was looking at the wrong DC. Yeah, so instead he fails to do this. He once again envisions it in his mind, but he's not as successful as the kobold. All right, this one here is not entangled, however. And instead of moving, he places the panpipes to his lips. And any creature within 60 feet of him, which I believe includes everyone here, please make me a DC 13 charisma saving throw.
Can I make my attack, or is this not a like?
Yes, you may. This is an aggressive action, I suppose. Yeah.
Not an attempt to parlay with music.
You are too far away, I think, to strike him with your broom. Actually,
it's a flavored quarterstaff, so 10 feet reach.
Okay.
Quarterstaffs don't have reach, do they?
I
They have
don't.
10 feet reach, don't they?
I'm gonna
Am
look
I-
at this quarterstaff real quick.
Let me take a look. I can double check if you'd like.
Unless you have a very special quarterstaff.
No, I mean I could just be a fool and have messed up my range on a quarterstaff.
No, it just says its only property is versatile, so it can be
Okay,
wielded in
my-
1 or 2. Yeah.
My apologies. I do nothing then.
Okay.
Can I have
alright.
can I have a retcon that been taken in the dodge action then?
Sure.
In that case,
Yeah.
sorry.
I think that's fine. So Malison saves successfully. It looks like Davnin saves successfully. It seems that Ethan and good old Mole do not. What comes out of the pan flute is like aggressive, discordant sound that like rips through your psyche. And those of you who failed, please take for me 8 points of psychic damage.
Fuck. Yikes.
And with that, I think he's going to use his movement to kind of like just get out of the entangled area a little bit. He's just gonna like slide over here.
Does that trigger my attack, but just with cover?
I think, you know what? As he's moving, I'll give you an attack with cover. Sure. Like, you can't hit him where he is, but, like, you see him moving out of it, so, like, you're prepared. Go ahead and throw it, and I'll give him +2 AC. Your dagger will hit. You throw your Phase Steel dagger. It, like, sticks in the side of him, dealing 8 points of piercing damage. Excellent. Malison, you see all of this happen from your vantage point in the trees. What do you do?
I've got a little bit of sight on this guy, like corner to corner.
I think I'm gonna give you that same cover that the dagger throw is at.
Okay. I have my glass blowing rod out with a dart at the ready, so I'm gonna fire a dart through my glass blowing rod, which, as a rogue, I am not proficient with martial weapons, so this is an unproficient attack, unless you want to hand that to me, but I'm fine without it.
I think that you're proficient in that, right? Like, that seems reasonable.
Then that would be a 9.
A 9? A 9 is not going to hit, unfortunately. I think that, like, you line up the shot, but then, like, the tent is just in the way more than you expected, and you just, like, your poison dart just kind of, like, rips through the leather of the tent. Alright. I guess with that, it comes to Ethan. It is your turn.
Yep. I'm going to move 5, 10, 15. And then I'd like to, like, as I'm running, throw on my cloak. So I approach. 20.
Oh! Yeah, you can don your cloak as an action.
Sorry, Davnin, or Jack makes a good point. I believe I successfully hid last turn.
Oh, you did! Hold on, you rolled a 14?
I believe their passive is 12.
Yeah, you are correct. I forgot that you were hidden. You actually instead critically hit him.
Yeah, the funny thing about a blowgun with a dart is there are no dice to double. So
You do, however, get your sneak attack.
I do. So this should be. Why did it? Oh, it did. It doubled the 1 because it considers that the dice.
That works for
20.
me. Yeah, if it's a 1, why not do 2? That seems like a crit.
Okay. So that's 5 plus sneak attack.
Woo!
Yeah, this will be my first sneak attack here. So another 4, so that is a total of 9 damage to the
Sneak
satyr.
dice is doubled on crit as well. Funnily enough.
Oh, hell yeah.
All
Let's do
damage
that.
dice, yeah.
So that's a 13 damage on that
13 damage
With one
on
blow
him.
dart. Fuck.
Woo!
This turned from a miss to a 13 damage on a blow dart.
Yeah! So your blow dart, like, rips into the tent, and there's a moment where we think, shoot, I missed. And then it rips out the other side of the tent, and it, like, stabs into, the chest of this guy, and you can, like, as he's playing his flute, you can hear, like, him blow, like, and you have a bloodied the creature here.
Oh, heck yeah. Nice.
Alright, so Ethan, you run up and you want to don your magic cloak?
Yep.
Alright, donning a magic item is going to be your action, but you put it on.
And then spend a key point to also be breakdance dodging.
And you're breakdance dodging, absolutely. So you throw on your cloak. Heat ripples out in a wave, and this guy is in it. He will make a Constitution saving throw against your cloak here. He is impervious for the moment to the heat of your cloak, but you can see little fires beginning to prick up on the grasses around you. Excellent. Mole, it is your turn.
Now, mechanically, I'm going to move so he doesn't have cover, but in my mind, he's just doing the amazing bowling thing where it, like, bounces and has that English. And
Sure,
like,
yeah, okay. I like it.
And we will attack with an 8, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, your bowl, like, I guess it doesn't have enough English, right? And it just kind of, like, weakly hits in the square adjacent to where he was.
Yeah, there's like a bit of like wet grass, so we like miscalculated it, and it just like goes off kilter.
Yeah.
And that will be my turn, I believe. I guess we'll.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that'll be my turn.
Okay.
Move that
Davnin, it comes to you.
I will run up to the side of this guy to attack him.
Mm-hmm.
And as I run by, I'll shout over to the flaming monk, "Don't forget to pull my dagger out." And I will go to stab with my rapier. Is this at advantage?
Absolutely is, yes. 17 will hit. For 10 more damage, you stab him like right through the chest. Blood pours out on the entangling vines. You can tell that you have bloodied this creature. Yep.
I will. I don't trust these crafty guys. Can I add a divine smite to that?
Absolutely, you can.
Yeah, my rapier will, the moonlight will hit it, and it will go almost translucent like the glass. And I will deal 2d8 radiant damage.
Mm-hmm.
Oof, okay, not a good roll.
Does 4 more radiant damage. Your rapier goes translucent with moonlight. It like shines through his open wound for a brief moment. He staggers, but he does not go down. The satyr's turn. Rather than trying to break free of his vines, he just turns to you, and he's going to try to attack you. He has like a little short sword at his hip that he reaches for briefly, and then you can see his eyes just kind of narrow, and instead he like lunges back and then like throws his head forward, trying to ram you with his like curled horns.
Ooh.
He will be at disadvantage. But an 18, will that hit you?
Just barely.
Excellent. So he just like slams his horns down like the top of your head, and like you take just 6 bludgeoning damage. Like a little trickle of blood runs down your face. And this guy here is bloodied and in the flames and doesn't like what he's doing. Okay, you keep your concentration. Good.
Wait, did you account for the +2 to AC for your protection from evil? Does that give
That's
you
a shield of faith. That.
Yeah, protection from evil gives disadvantage, which sadly was redundant. With
Gotcha.
This guy's gonna move away from the flames. He's not gonna disengage, so I suppose if you have your broom in hand, you may make an attack of opportunity at him.
Yeah.
But he's gonna just step 5 to 15, 20. He's gonna get here.
Give him a whack with the broom.
Oh my goodness! You critically hit him in the kneecaps on the way by.
The good old broom of doom.
The broom of
15.
doom does 15. Oh my, hold on. 15 and 13 is 28, and 8 is 36. Oh, he tries to walk away from you, but instead you, like, trip him up with your broom, and he falls face first. And then the cloak, like, immolates him, and he just burns up and dies. Allison, it comes to you.
Okay. My turn?
Yes,
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I thought
No, my bad. I was brought another beverage by the wonderful wife. So
Excellent.
shout outs to wives everywhere. So Malison, feeling good about her first blow dart attack, is going to make another shot, but at the satyr that she can see.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if any of us can pretend to claim that we know how stealth works in 5th edition. I don't think anyone can.
Once you attack, you've like made yourself known, right?
But a blow dart is such an inconspicuous weapon. Like, how have I revealed my presence by blowing a dart?
I don't
through
think
the
it's
air
so
in
much
the
that you
middle of the
revealed your
night?
exact presence as much as it is they like know there's danger in that area, right? So like there's a blow dart coming. Either way, you have advantage because he's still restrained.
Okay. So I will attack this satyr with an 18
That will hit.
for 4
For
piercing
4
damage.
piercing. So 4 and 4 is 8, and 10 is 18, and 12 is 30. Oh,
attack.
you don't have a +1 in there from anything, do you?
Sneak attack.
Oh, sneak attack
There you go.
for advantage. So there's 2 more.
Your
There you
dart burrows into the satyr's flesh. He
Into his
falls.
ass.
Well, he tries to fall, but the grasping like roots of the forest keep him held aloft. And slowly the forest goes silent, except for the crackling flames.
For the huge damage with a weapon that doesn't deal damage, I kind of imagined it was like a marble or something. Like the dart got stuck in the throat, and it's just like, ugh, and it takes the damage from just not being able to breathe.
Our enemies, this combat, our enemies were crit by a broom, a rock, and a dart.
It's the most ridiculous D&D ever.
Fear the mighty broom. It'll sweep away all of our enemies.
And my dart.
Yeah. What she said.
I will pull out the wooden dagger. I mean, I thought this was kind of a joke, but I guess it's not worse than a normal dagger.
Were they cooking food on this fire?
No, they were not. It seems that it was there just for ambiance, perhaps, or warmth.
Wow, chicka wow wow.
Okay, what are these? They had like instruments on them?
Yes, they are pan flutes,
Oh,
wooden
cool.
reeds and descending lengths.
Cool. Well, we're gonna take those. Anybody know, Druid friend? Are you wise in the way of magic? I certainly am not.
Certain kinds of magic.
What do you say? How about nature magic?
Nature magic's sort of my thing. I will start to ritual cast detect magic, and what that looks like is probably him. The way he does his rituals is he pulls out some like animal bones. He like grabs like smears dirt on his face, well more dirt on his face, and sort of like goes on like all fours and starts to like listen, like put his ear to the ground and doing all these like sort of strange things to get in tune with the sort of natural flow of the weave.
All right. You get into tune with the natural flow of the weave. It takes 10 minutes of this, right?
Yes.
Of like scurrying around and listening to the ground.
I'd like to interject that, like, as part of this ritual, every minute he's putting more dirt on his face, and it's like have you seen the posters on the like the electrical poles in like a major city where it's just like the posters have just been stacked on there for years and years and years, and they're just like mounds at this point. He's got like peaks for chins of dirt.
Excellent. It seems Davnin lays on hands, healing himself, and you spend your 10 minutes thusly. You eventually have your magic senses attuned to the weave. It seems that the pan flutes themselves carry no magic. However, through the leather of the tent, you do sense some enchantment magic within.
He peeks within the tent, and by peeks within the tent, I mean he doesn't enter from there. He probably like enters the flap, like just like lifts it like underneath and just like peeks under. So like his lower half is his like ass is just sticking in the air as he's like sticking his head under the tent to like look.
As you do this through the flickering firelight, you see that the thing pinging your magic is a like keg. Bound by iron straps and made of wood. It has a what do you call it? Like a spigot burrowed into it that is currently closed.
A what?
A spigot,
Keg.
like a pour spout, kind of like you would turn it and then like booze would come out.
A
and you could
valve.
Stop it. A valve.
Oh, gotcha, yeah.
Yeah.
But the item itself is a what?
It's
A keg.
it's a
Sorry,
keg.
I thought I heard egg, and I was like, okay. Ooh, this is
Ethan.
interesting.
Ethan, Davnin, how did I do? I hit him with the darts.
Ethan
great,
looks. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I couldn't even see the attacks. They just started falling over.
I didn't really see him either. I just kind of pointed and shot. It's so dark.
Yeah. Ethan looks up from like taking like a small little duster and was dusting off the backside of our friend Mole Man. Says, "Oh, honey, you did fabulous.
Oh,
10 out
thank
of
you.
10 would perfect."
I like
Now-
the idea of Mole Man like half submerged in this tent, peeking under it, his
Ass
like hiney
sticking
in the
out.
air, and here's Ethan like with his broom dusting it
Dusting
off.
him off.
And I'm just like, okay, so like the goblins, these were evil, right? Like there was these were gonna hurt us if we didn't deal with them. Yeah.
Yeah, they're massive assholes. They deserved it 100%. Would have killed us.
Okay, assholes who would have killed us. Gotcha. Thumbs up.
At the very least, stolen everything we had and leave us stranded in the woods. But
Oh, wow.
It's practically
either
a
way,
death
that's
sentence.
same thing.
I think I'm getting the hang of this.
Hell yeah. So we have a keg.
Yeah, so as you're like dusting his lower half, he like disappears into the tent, and if you like peek inside, you see him sitting there cross-legged with like this keg like in his lap, just like holding it up and like looking at it, sniffing it. What does it smell like? I have proficiency in brewer supplies. I'd like.
Oh,
to have
excellent. Roll me a d6. Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong item. Roll me a d8. You smell apple juice.
Oh hell yeah! He smells like the apple juice, and sort of like you see him sort of like lick the I forget the word, but you know where and then he just sort of like turns the keg. He turns the lever and sort of like in halftime in when you have like the kegs at halftime in like a sports event, those like gay things, just like leans his like mouth underneath it and just like opens it as he turns the faucet.
You drink deeply of the apple juice. It is sweet and tart and cold and delicious. It's perfect. It's the best like mouthful of apple juice you've had. The keg, as you open it, pours. You're proficient in brewer's tools, but you are just
Yes.
kind of like gobbling this with your mouth. Give me a brewer's kit like proficiency check here, just because this entertains me.
What
Intelligence.
Sorry, disadvantage because of exhaustion. Let me just roll my d4.
Yes. DC 10, by the way.
I think you can just, if you click the text, you can press up.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Brilliant. You will notice that it pours exactly a pint and then stops. It would have filled like a perfect glass of frothy, cold, delicious apple juice, but now it's in your mouth and it's so good.
Have a pint in your mouth.
We're exceedingly
Damn,
pleased
Mole,
with
what
this.
that mouth do?
Yeah, he just sort of like oh god, have you guys ever seen Parks and Rec, the episode with the water fountains, right? Where people in Pawnee would put their mouths over the water fountains.
Yeah.
He's done that. He's put his mouth like over the faucet and is just like drinking that way like an absolute savage.
Oh, I also like to think that if he had his teeth, like if he wasn't missing teeth, it would have like there would have been too much beer or cider.
Just enough room.
He has exactly a pint's worth of space.
He so as you guys see this, he sort of like wipes through his wipes his beard on. That was some of the best damn apple juice I've ever had.
Bro, let me try it. I'm gonna go put my mouth up to the thing and try it.
Roll me a d8.
Oh.
Do you also do the mouth
Is it
over the
vinegar?
spigot?
Yeah.
You get this creamy, silky, like soft. It tastes like floral, like lilac or some kind of like maybe hibiscus, right? And but it's thick and creamy and luscious as you drink it down. You're a half elf, so give me a Constitution saving throw at advantage.
Okay. This is lovely. Like I think to cat as I inevitably get absolutely shit faced. 19.
Okay. So you succeed, but you're not used to feeling drowsy. But this makes you that way, right? Like you like almost feel like you're gonna like fall into that kind of like trance that you like sometimes go into in the evening. You like rub your eyes and shake yourself wide awake again after a couple of moments, but it definitely noticeably made you drowsy.
Oh, that was wow.
All right, everyone, try it once. Then we'll call it a night, and we'll get back to what we're doing.
I hope I get that one. That one sounded good.
Mole holds it up for Davin to give it a go.
Just imagining the nights devolving. We're all doing keg stands on this thing.
I mean, we are technically exhausted for being like hungry and lacking food, right? So this is reasonable for us.
Okay, yeah, so Davnin, you go up to pour this thing into your mouth. Roll me a d8. A 6. Davnin, it is immediately painful to your tongue. It is sharp and hot and burns and it like boils in your mouth. You can feel your skin puckering and bleeding. Please roll me. Please roll me 2d6 acid damage as you have your mouth
Why did
full
you guys lie to
of
me?
acid. You take 8 points of acid damage as it burns your mouth and tongue and skin and lips. Like you can still feel the blistering on your
With like swollen lips, I almost encouraged them like you lied to me, but you know I can't do this
Baby.
We should probably use a glass to test what it is first. We'll realize.
Oh, you tell me.
Hey, Malison, come here. You gotta go.
I need to.
Malison.
We still need to set up camp tonight.
We already set it up. Come on.
I'm good.
Here, I'll take one for you.
All right, roll me a
Malison
d8
doesn't have
again.
a throat.
An 8. This is pure
No, it's a 4.
with. Oh, that's a 4. Okay, never mind. That is wine. It is a red, and it has a lot of character. You get. Maybe you don't get a lot of notes because you're just like dumping it down your throat, but like you get that strong immediate sensation of like
Ethan is a man of class.
grapes
Of course
and
he
fruits.
savors it.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you get a lot of notes in this. This is a very sophisticated wine. It's a very deep red. It has a lot of like woody and earthy tones to it. You could tell this has been aged like a long. It's a very high quality spirit.
Oh, this is a lovely thing. God,
This is
this is
definitely worth it. See what else they got, but check
Here,
on their bodies.
I'll take mine later when I'm not on watch or helping set up camp, and I'll toss my my water skin over.
Yeah.
That's been empty from acting like I've been sweating. And I'll roll a d8.
Yeah, roll me a d8.
For what gets put in there. A 1. So we'll find out later what that is.
With like an aroma of pine and of like low notes of citrus that you can just smell. Well, maybe you can't smell them, but everyone else
like a
can.
white-
I can't, and I'm also not the one pouring it.
You're right.
But
Yeah. So it
sounds
gets...
like a gin to me.
But it's frothy and
Okay.
and like kind of golden in color.
It's like a pale ale, mate.
Thank
We'll
you.
take-
I'll definitely have this later when we're not
Cool.
in the middle of the woods.
Did the satyrs have anything else on them?
Yes, the satyrs, if you search their tent, will have like fine foods like nuts and berries and smoked fish and like a very nice kind of packaged set of rations. There's about 35 pounds of it wrapped in different kind of individual servings, as well as if you rifle through all of their things, most of it's like clothes and like basic traveling equipment and things like that. But they will have valuables as well. Small, polished river stones that have been worked and shaped so that they fit upon like a bracelet and a necklace, as well as some loose kind of semi-precious stones, all of which you will be able to sell back in town for about 50 gold pieces.
I'm taking a necklace.
I replaced my shirt that got burned away.
Yeah, you can definitely wear a satyr shirt. You'll find they're all kind of like open chested, right? Like they just don't. They're
perfect.
like all deep V-necks. Yeah, with like big collars and like.
We're eating well tonight and drinking well.
But it like tastefully covers
Some of
the
us
important
are.
parts, right?
Yes.
It's like just barely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
Davnan grumpily stomps off to bed. Annoyed
Kill
with
myself.
his still burning mouth.
All right. With that, you sleep off the rest of the evening. You travel for another day and a half, eventually leaving the forest behind and getting to a place that Ethan knows decently well, in that he was warned of its dangers by a traveling merchant. This is the plains to the south of the Heaven's Pillar. Apparently strange and awful things have been found in this area. So your company is at high alert, but soon after a half day's travel through them, you find yourself at these kind of standing stones. You see them first in the distance because you're on this low, flat, kind of breezy plain. The smell of like a lake or like standing water is kind of nearby. You can like smell the freshness and the kind of like breeze. And as you see them, there's these kind of large stone structures. Many of them do look something like this drawing, but many others are kind of like leaned over or have a more square or arch to them. Like it does seem as like a kind of combination of different stones. As you kind of approach this area, it is a more kind of silent approach than you are used to. As you get closer and closer to these standing stones, the cries of birds in the air, the buzz of insects, even the like sweeping wind through the plain doesn't either it softens or you just are absent. Like you kind of get this almost eerie silence as you begin approaching and like getting into this large rocky plain area. What is the party, as you kind of arrive at your destination, having made this long and grueling journey? Like what is the party like here as you arrive? What does this scene unfold like?
Proud.
Mm-hmm.
I made it. I brought the party here. I did it. We're safe and sound.
Yeah.
I'm an adventurer, baby. Hell yeah.
Curious.
Ethan has a flashback to the paladin pushing Melissa up a hill because she's like, "No, we have to go around." Like, "No, we have to go over it."
Given the sort of like, as I mentioned at the start when we're doing our foraging, we have our speak with animals, and occasionally we're sort of like listening and watching the signs. Does it seem like they avoid this place? And they are definitely thinning out.
Yes.
Yes, they're avoiding this place. The overgrow. As we look, is the plant life like less robust? Is there like a thinness in natural life around here?
I think so. Yeah, I think that there's a thinness to the kind of plant life in the grasses. There's still kind of like I don't want to call it mold, maybe like lichen, like the stones themselves grow like kind of a moss on them, and that becomes prevalent and thick, but the rest of the kind of grassy plains seems to thin out, as you suggest. Yeah, absolutely.
Paul considers this. He's not too worried. They mentioned that this was sort of like a cemetery, and to him, as he believes, this sort of like death and quote unquote decay isn't something to be feared. It's something natural. It's like, of course, animals with their instincts aren't going to want to go near a place of death unless they're like scavengers, right? But life still flourishes here in the form of this lichen, which obviously he's going to try and eat at some point. But he's mostly curious.
Excellent.
Yeah, Down's also feeling pretty curious, seeing these giant stone architecture, like some of it on its side or something. I don't know if it's all, if something's falling apart a bit. He's very interested in what could put such big rocks places, and where the hell people that could do this kind of stuff casually, like how they could just be gone, or like who did that. Like first thing that comes to mind is dwarves, but this is a plains, and I thought they usually in mountains or underground. So Dowden's very curious where these ruins, like what they're from.
I lick the stones.
Literally,
I lick the stones.
I didn't think it was a metaphor.
The stones are oddly salty, as if they have collected. You would maybe be, having been in a port city, maybe familiar with the way the stones taste near the kind of ocean port. That catch the like spray of the ocean, or maybe have the wind kind of sweep the salty spray kind of into the city. It reminds you of that.
Like the limestone sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do this as I'm licking these stones, and sort of also like he is like licking them because he's strange like that, but he's also sort of like doing that to sort of like test their age and sort of like understand what he can glean from them, looking at the make and carve, and I'm trying to see if there's any recognition, or I can make out either any purpose or who might have made this, like what sort of hands might have crafted these. And this might be like by the sort of like the size of them, how it was cut. You might be able to tell if like sorry, doggo was being loud. Yeah, he's just trying to understand what he can about these.
Okay. I think that you will first and foremost immediately know that these are not dwarven made. Whether you are a hill dwarf from the Shrouded coast, or whether you came over on a boat, you are familiar enough with dwarven make from this area that this is not that. And you will know that these are shaped. These are not naturally occurring, but you do not see tool marks upon them. There's no like obvious hammer and chisel, or stone saw, or the various tools that you would be used to shaping stone with. If you're going to, why don't you give me a history intelligence check, and you may add double your proficiency. It sounds like Davnin is proficient in history, and will try to assist, maybe in some way spouting out his own knowledge of stones at you. So
this would be at regular?
Or at regular, yeah, exactly.
So this is plus double proficiency bonus. This is D20 plus 3.
Okay. A 12. So with that, you don't know who exactly made them or their purpose, but you do know that their age is quite old. You would place these stones as older than the deepest part of the most recent dwarven hold that you have been in. Like, this predates the dwarven hold that you are familiar with.
Mo will nod, turn to them, and say, Rocks are old. Yeah, rocks are real
Wow.
old. Could spend time like figuring out and examining things, but I think it's better that do the job we were sent here for, and let those researchers can eventually come back, and also we can find them notebooks.
Rocks are old. That's the best you've got.
Rocks are old.
You say they taste salty? I don't know what would be weirder if they dragged rocks all the way from the coast, or if maybe this used to be closer to the water.
They have salt mines too. Those are a thing.
Oh yeah.
If you had to define it on a scale of 1 to 20, how salty would they be?
About a 13.
Oh. You look down, it's just a pile of salt he's been licking.
I see.
Well, inside, onward.
Yeah, onwards.
We've got gold to make. We should find this Brother Jones.
All right. You push on through the stones themselves, looking for the kind of entrance to the dig site that they discussed when you were interviewing the archaeologists. After some time of investigating, you will come across kind of the like telltale signs of a dig site, right? There's like ropes and pulleys set up, and some like tents that have, some of them are still set up well, some of them have kind of like blown away or been like knocked over by either weather or animals or something else. There are like discarded tools, some of them broken, some of them strewn about, some of them still intact and put away nicely. And you can see under one of those kind of big standing stones with that like T shape, that like Stonehenge shape, there is a like place where the ground has been dug out, and there are like little rocky stairs. They seem shaped, but they don't seem like they have been carved or set. Like they're not perfect squares. They're just kind of like as if the ground itself had been shaped to make little stairs that lead down into the dark below. As you peer down, you can see little pinpricks of light from down there, as if there's maybe some small torches or stones of some kind that are still burning in that area.
Looking around, we didn't find any journals or anything up on this end, did we?
You look about trying to find the books and the journals, but amongst the strewn tools and tents, you do not find any here.
Okay.
I will once again hone my senses to the see if there's any presence of outsiders.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, yeah. So you're sensing fiends, fae, undead. In top side here, your senses do not ping anything. This is not consecrated or desecrated ground either. This does not ping your senses more than normally.
Well, it seems we need to traverse down. I'm a bit concerned about the integrity of these stairs, so I'd recommend that we tie ourselves to each other and allow me to go down first, as you guys are a little more sturdy. And that way, if I start falling and like something crumbles, I'll be the first one to get it, but you'll be behind me to be able to anchor me so I don't fall all the way down these stairs.
What kin are you? What race?
I'm a wood elf.
Yeah, you're probably the lightest among us, she says. Allison does.
For my own like comedic sensibilities, how tall is Malison? Right? Like
oh, she's like 5'4".
Yeah. Perfect.
And she's like, I mean, you can't really tell what her build is under all of her baggy robes.
Uh-huh.
But she's like, yep, you're probably the lightest among us, you elf, you.
Yeah. You look over at Ethan, and he's like wearing a robe and barely a shirt, and he has no other gear on him.
And he's just like a skinny dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So with a rope tied around you, Ethan leads the way down these kind of earthen-shaped stairs into the dark below the stones. To your surprise, perhaps, Ethan, they hold well. They aren't stone themselves, but the dirt is compact and solid, and you and the party make your way down into the darkness, which brings you to a place much like this.
I do want, if I may, for character development, Malison, I think, is like trying to be hyper self-aware and paying attention to her own thoughts and feelings about, like, do I recognize this place? Do I feel anything here? And I think the obvious answer is no. There's nothing here that's, causing any kind of recollection, unless you had specific plans when I sprung this on you, Greg. But I don't think any answers lie here necessarily.
I don't think that at least at this moment, as you kind of descend down, you find yourselves in a lightly lit, dimly lit corridor made of stone. The stairs themselves lit down here into the darkness were just like the earth, and it seems like they opened up into actual worked stone. It is old and cracked and crumbling, and you can see the the residue, I suppose, of people having walked through here, right? You can see dirt that has been tracked down from the stairs into the stone itself. The temple is lit by these small wooden wands that are emitting light at the tip like a torch would, but aren't actively ablaze. Seems there's some kind of magic keeping them lit.
I think Ethan carries one. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I think Malison is like, I'm stone. This is work stone. Is there something here? Is there history here? No, I guess not. And she's super bummed. I don't think she checked her expectations. I think she was hoping her first adventure out into the land beyond the mists would result in something. And it's dawning on her oh, there's probably a lot out here, a lot of history that has nothing to do with her.
All right, well, so go find some robes.
Yeah. Ethan would like to take one of these wands and just have it in his offhand.
Okay. Ethan, you take one of the wands off the wall.
This one.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
It emits light, so I'm just going to make your character emit light like they do.
Oh my god, there's a map. I didn't even realize.
Yeah, there is. There you go. So I think your character should emit light as you drag it around now.
Okay.
Assuming that I did that correctly.
Yeah, it's working.
Okay. As Danvin walks into the kind of hall there, you can see a second room open up. Here there are empty crates, wooden crates that match those of the equipment that you saw above ground. They are torn open as if they've been ripped off of hinges, nails that were holding them down, have been torn open as if by hands with enormous strength. There is nothing inside them, and their lids and sides are they're tipped over, knocked to the side, and the corner of this room is recently disturbed, as if it has collapsed and fallen in.
Okay.
Can I attempt to stealth?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and give me a stealth dexterity roll.
It is a disadvantage, right?
It is a disadvantage for the exhaustion of your journey. 13. Okay.
13.
I will note that.
And all these crates are torn open, on their side, empty, it at least appears.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Mole prepares his pebbles.
Okay. There's actually like plenty of rubble and loose stone on the ground in this room. Like you can actually like pick up all kinds of different sized pebbles and stones to throw.
Let me see here. So, like, seeing him enter the room and like not seeing anything going on, I'm gonna pull out a pick and a shovel and say, "Would you want to check out that rubble?"
Perhaps. I fear though that would create an incredible amount of noise. So maybe we should check out where this tunnel, where the hallway leads, just so we don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Before we
do
do
you
that,
want me to?
I'm just gonna. I don't expect to find anything in the crates.
No,
Anything
the
of
crates
use,
have been emptied of their contents after they've
Okay.
been torn open and discarded.
Is there any hints of what used to be in there?
Is
Not
there
anything that
a
actually
bill,
that I
a
can
bill
take,
of
but-
lathing?
I think that you can put the dots together that this was like storage for the archaeologists' tools and supplies. Perhaps this might be where their torches or lanterns were kept when they were not in use. Perhaps where their tools or extra journals or rope, whatever else they were using to excavate and explore this location. These feel like what the surveyors brought down here.
Do that totally. Okay.
Yeah.
I will make sure just to keep a step or two in front of the party, just so if something does go horribly wrong, it's not the druid or the rogue that just gets bumped with a club out of nowhere.
Perfect.
I'm glad I'm in your thoughts and prayers.
As you kind of step up towards that hallway in front of you, you hear in the darkness a like noise, like low and wet and grinding, and you're just like.
Do I see it?
You do not. I know that you are a dwarf with dark vision, and as you peer down that hallway, something seems to be interfering with that. After the edge of the light, your dark vision doesn't seem to work, as if like the dark of this place is magical in nature.
Yeah.
Points
So,
towards the wand that our
Yeah.
friend is holding.
I'm sorry, you said you take a wand?
No, he points towards the wand that our friend is holding. Probably need those things to get through it.
yeah. You should also carry anybody that doesn't need two hands should probably have one in their offhand. All things considered.
Can I see what happens when I put one in a pocket? Does it fizzle out, or does if the pocket is fully closed, does it?
If you
light
put it
down
in
out?
your pocket, it will be like the light won't escape your pocket. It doesn't like go through your pants, right?
Cool.
Gotcha.
Cool.
Yeah.
I mean, this seems like a nice retort. So I will slide one in my pocket.
Okay.
Mo will hold one in his main hand. He can drop it really easily if need be.
Okay.
No, he's just holding one in his hand. And
I
then dropping it.
will give you some light.
Oh yeah, that's
mint
smart.
as
I'll do the same thing. I look over the druid. I'm like, wait, yeah, I can just draw my sword when I need to.
Okay. So everybody is emitting light except Malison at this point.
Yeah, freaking rogues.
Allison has her whip out and like.
Mhm.
Hang on. Let me make a charisma check here.
I'm
For
just
how-
going to test something here. Don't mind me moving your character.
Oh yeah, go
It
for
does work. Okay, cool.
it.
So you're making a charisma check with your whip
Yeah.
out, Nick? What are you doing?
This is like how stubborn is Malison being, and I think the answer is a bit stubborn, and I think she takes the lead, and is like, let's go find this brother Jones,
All right.
Okay, cool.
and she like there's a wall in front of her, it seems like.
You probably can't go into the darkness for whatever reason. You step through the hallway. As you do, the sound of that like crunching and grinding and wetness intensifies in front of you. You can hear it. You see through the light like an overturned something of wood here. The stone is raised in front of you and like bluish in color. And I kind of think that as we go through this, I want to do it in initiative order just so that I can like keep track of everyone's turn as they're moving through the dungeon. So why don't we just roll initiative and then we will just do that in that order. And I will keep this up on the...
Oh.
So we heard something. You mentioned earlier we heard something wet and schlorpy.
Yes, and you're as the closer you're getting to this hallway, the like more that it's like grinding and going. Can you not move your character token forward, Nick?
I can. Do you want me to?
No. You said there was a wall in your way. I was worried maybe.
I know.
I
meant more of like there was a light barrier. I can't see much beyond.
Yeah. So you can see as the like as far as that light emits out from the torches. Okay. Yeah.
I think Malison is eager. Is her problem right now. Like she doesn't feel many sensations, but there was a fire lighting earlier in her and she wants to like go. There's a bigger payout if we recover this guy like before something happens to him, you know, not just his robes and his corpse. We want him alive. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Come on. And she starts walking towards the darkness.
One thing
I don't think she waits. Unfortunately, which I think is perfect. The stuttering, she is like just brushing past you, and is like, "Come on, let's go."
All right. As you say, like you like step forward, kind of like closer into the darkness, like you do. You say, "Come on, let's go." And I think your voice like rings out into this like room as you step forward to that kind of like raised bluish stone, and that like grinding, chickering like sound kind of stops, and then you hear like,
wait, what's that sound?
Sorry, something was stuck in my throat.
There is definitely something that is now aware of your presence in the darkness, Malison.
I heard something out there, and I think she begins like she is not proficient with a whip. Like again, not proficient with martial weapons. She practiced a little bit along the way, but she like kind of like.
You crack that whip as best you can into the darkness.
Like there's like 7 swings but 1 crack.
All right, I like it.
There's something out there.
All right, as you do that, I think we'll move to the next order of initiative. But before we do that, I'm gonna just make a roll here. To myself.
Exciting.
Okay, perfect. So, Mole, you are the next to go. What do you do?
How high is the ceiling?
The ceiling in here is about if you look up about 25 to 30 feet.
I don't know if you remember from Neil's Fatal one, Greg, but everyone was constantly asking how tall is the ceiling in that dungeon. Yeah.
I suppose Mole will waddle past our allies, and when he gets here is when he sees our friend there.
Yes. You creep forward and you see this creature. It is humanoid, but it is almost like reptilian. reptilian. It has this long kind of snout and scaly body with protruding horns across its face and head and arms. You can see its hands end in long protruding claws, and a tail like slides across the ground as it is like growling at the form of Malison, and walking towards it.
I throw a rock at it.
Absolutely. Your magic stone goes flying out into the kind of like semi-darkness, and it like bounces off their skin as you strike it, but it does not do damage.
He sort of like lets out a start. He's like, "Oh, what the hell is that thing?"
I was gonna ask you.
All right.
And he's going to take a step to the side right here, so that our allies can get through, and that will be my turn.
Yeah,
Perfect.
so the allies can get through, not so that you have a meat shield.
Davnin, you will be going next. You see the like rock being thrown, maybe a flash of something in the darkness, reptilian and awful. The growling sound is coming from the darkness, and you like, what do you do?
I will push forward. Can I make it to the creature?
You can move. Each square is 5 feet, right? So you can move 6 squares and still attack.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is there like a drop there, or can I just?
It's raised, but only like a few inches. Like, it's fine. You can just step over it.
I will swing at this thing with my rapier.
Absolutely. You rush into the darkness, a single torch in hand, and you thrust towards this creature. A 26. Oh, you critically strike it. For 12 points of damage, the creature stumbles. A sickening odor is emitting from this creature now that you're this close. It just overwhelms your senses, especially as you withdraw your rapier. And this like pukish, brackish blood drips down, like almost congealing on its way as it drips onto the floor. With that, yeah,
that's my turn. That's my turn.
All right, excellent. With that, the dungeon will go. Throw that in descending order. This creature here is wounded and feeling terrible, and it opens its jaws as wide as they will go, and it is going to try to bite you, Davnin. It attacks with a 9, unable to like chomp into your armor. It then begins to move in a like arc around you, going like circling so that he is between both you and Malison. Malison, I guess you're stone, but you're still maybe you can't smell the stench, but there's like almost like an overwhelming presence to the creature. It's still off-putting to you that it's now close to you, even though maybe
it looks disgusting.
Yeah.
I don't want to touch that.
Yeah. This creature here that has been illuminated by Davnin's torch, like, clambers into the darkness, and it blends into the shadows.
Oh.
And then,
what a freak.
Everybody give me, tell me your passive perception, Malison.
10.
10.
It's not great.
It's not great. From the darkness, a like pile of dung and debris and wood comes flying your way.
Ew.
Yes.
Ew. get away. Don't. point that at
And
me.
it strikes
Ah!
at you with an 18. Does that hit?
Yeah,
Yeah.
fuck.
That just slams into you. You take 1 point of bludgeoning damage, but you are like sickened. You will have disadvantage to attack until you clean like off the like dung and dirt and muck that has just been thrown upon you.
Malison doesn't have a stomach. Malison doesn't have a throat. Malison can't feel nauseous, but she still feels disgusted.
Ethan, it is your turn.
Okay. Quick question, just about what I am seeing.
Yeah.
These are these creatures. Do they have like any remnants of like clothing or anything else on them?
No, they do
Okay, cool.
not.
Oh, it's even worse.
Fantastic. 5, 10, 15. Dirty creatures. Let's get you cleaned up. 13?
13 will hit.
6.
For 6 points of damage on this bloodied creature. You like crack it atop the head with your broom. Its skull splits open, and it dies.
Okay. And then like glancing around with my 14 passive, do I see anything?
14 passive, no.
Okay. So I moved up 15, 20. Oh. 25, 30, 35.
Your
right here.
light reveals a like camouflaged stone creature pressed up against the wall. It is like changing its skin color to match the stone, but with your light so close, you manage to find it.
Gotcha. I'm gonna go ahead and just do an offhand, just jab at him. Is that can I make a fist attack while still holding the wand? Or is that
I think you have to make a fist attack with an empty hand, right? Like if you're dual wielding, you don't get to. Oh, but you can kick him, right? 'Cause
Yeah,
you're a
yeah.
monk.
That's-
yeah. So it's like a it's up to you.
Yeah, I
Monks
think you
can
can. I don't
headbutt,
think you can
headbutt.
punch him with your torch, but I think you could kick with your legs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet. Okay. Sounds good. So I will do a kick.
Yeah.
Monks might as well be able to pelvic thrust, you know? Jesus.
And I kick at thee. And
I
it
don't,
is
I
not.
don't know if we need to
no!
nerf monks any more than they already are.
I slip on a pile of something I don't want to talk about.
Excellent. Malison, you're covered in this disgusting, like, gross filth. What do you do?
Is it gonna be like a permanent mechanical debuff unless I clean up, or?
Yes.
Oh yeah, then I take an action to just like drop my shit, shudder, and just wipe myself off.
Malison, how often do you like remove your like robes and wrappings and things, and like see your kind of stony flesh?
I think right now it's actually quite often. I think I'm constantly like once a day. I think taking like 30 minutes, sometimes more, and just like staring at myself in a mirror and like inspecting myself, like every inch of
Have
my
you been doing
body.
that on your adventure?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I
So-
don't have a way of doing that on my
So I
adventure
think
'cause I
as
don't have a
you
mirror.
clean yourself off of this filth that's like struck you, maybe like your bandages or your robes like need to like come off briefly for like a moment. Like you hide it in the darkness from your companions, but you maybe notice for the first time that rune, that like sideways A with the rosette of like thorns, is like marked into the stone of your shoulder.
Yeah, and I think this gives Malison pause,
Uh-huh.
and I think she like is caught for a while, like stuck on this. I think it takes precedent over anything, even cleaning this fucking filth off. And I think she studies it while everyone else's turn goes on.
Okay, excellent. Mole, it is your turn as Malison is seemingly like rubbing the filth off of her clothes.
I can't not do this. Mole sees that this creature is trying to hide. Clearly, that means that the best help that we can do is to bring it out of hiding for our allies. So we move right here, and he sort of winds up his arm, does like the golf swing, except this time there's not a he doesn't throw a stone. This time when he like sort of throws an empty hand, a vine extends from his palm like a thorn, and I will thorn whip the creature.
Ooh,
I want this to hit
nice.
so bad, even if it does no damage.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Oh,
you
Why is
critically
Thorn
hit
Whip just
him.
a strictly
Oh
better
my
whip
goodness.
attack?
Does he save against the movement, or is he just
No.
dragged 5?
It just happens.
Yeah.
And technically, so I'll let you decide what happens with Ethan, but Mole's like, the reason I stood specifically here is because I guess it would make more sense to like do it to like go here and do it, but he's gonna like pull it back and he'll be like, don't worry, I found it, it's right there. But there's like a chance it'll just like its filthy slimy body will like accidentally brush against Ethan as it's dragged 10 feet towards him.
I request an acrobatics check to flip out of the way.
Absolutely. I think that is warranted.
Is
This
it
thing
just
is
like
getting
a
dragged
front
right
flip?
towards you. It's coming your way. What do you do?
Oh,
Oh, a 9! No, it slams into you on the way by. You just get like sludge and grime all over you.
There it is, right there.
We need humanity harm in this game where you take psychic damage that's separate from your physical health.
Davnin.
Found it.
You see this creature get thorn whipped off the wall, just slamming into Ethan on the way by. What do you do?
I rush up to go stab it.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, no, that's perfect. Yep. Go stab. Your 14 hits. You pierce through the flesh of this creature. For 14 damage. Not only do you pierce it, like you run it through, like you skewer it like it's gonna go on a barbecue, and this creature falls and dies.
I'll get a little hop in my step and then off a piece of rubble, then come crashing, landing down on a downwards angle.
All right, perfect. The dungeon is gonna move on the dungeon's turn. Okay, Ethan, you've been slimed, but the room that you're in is silent for now. What do you do?
Nickelodeon got you, Ethan.
I embrace it. I embrace the slime. What is this?
That is a pile of wood. You examine it more closely, and you find it to be the halves and wooden pieces of all the tools of the expedition. There's like handles for brooms and handles for shovels and pickaxes, and there are like smaller pieces of woods that came from finer tools, maybe brushes and little picks. There are poles to hold lantern. Like it seems if there was a wooden piece attached to it, it has been severed from whatever else was part of it and piled up here.
Ethan sheds a single tear for the loss of those poor brooms. But then, he's gonna, if that's all, if he's gonna, sweep it aside and look underneath, make sure there's nothing underneath, and if that's the case, then he's gonna start moving over this way.
Okay.
I think that's my turn. I end up, over here, peering down whatever this is, and that's my turn.
Okay, excellent. You go peer over. It appears to be paper, almost as if it has been torn from the pages of books. Much of it is crinkled up and wiped and smeared with filth and grime. Some of it seems burned and crispy, but it is paper nonetheless.
Okay.
Malison, you've been enamored by this. I'm not gonna call it a brand, but mark on your skin.
Yeah.
What are you doing this turn?
Oh dear, that's tough. I think Malison spends a moment studying it, but she doesn't know magic. At least, she doesn't know that she knows magic. And so I think her instincts kick in, and that is like, we've got a job, there's money to be made, and there's clearly these feeble, gross, but feeble monsters that need slaying to be able to save this archaeologist, this cleric. It doesn't even matter. And even though like her vision is magically limited, she has dark vision, but she can't see. She rushes forward.
All right, excellent. You rush forward into the kind of like darkened hallway around you.
Yeah.
Your passive perception was 11?
It is 10.
10. Okay. The hallway seems still and silent and dark to you.
She readies the whip for any sounds that approach. She's learned her lesson from the last 6 seconds. And readies an attack for anything that comes into view.
Excellent. All right, Mole. It is your turn.
The mole waddles up to
Yes.
this threshold. My passive perception is 16.
Okay. Perfect. You peer into the darkness around you. So you see a small kind of hallway in front of you that clearly leads to kind of like some kind of room, like an open room this way. You see a rise in the stone, much like you saw in the room prior. This one is not colored blue, however. The hallway seems to extend north and south as well after this kind of opening. Here you see kind of the corner of that open room, and maybe you just see that corner there in the darkness.
Yeah, he said, Mole sort of like waddles over, peers up and down, says, "Got a large room and open on either sides. Probably want to wait for the rest of everyone." And he will. Knowing that Daphne and Ethan have lights, I guess we'll talk. Is there any verticality here over where I walked, or is this like straight?
That area right there is straight.
Okay.
And the only verticality really is this darker black line here. That
Gotcha.
steps up, and then you don't see where it steps up again.
Mole readies a bowl. And that'll be my turn.
Okay.
And by that I mean a rock, obviously.
Sure, yeah. Davnin, what are you doing?
So that noise of the wet, chomping, crunchy noise, has that
Yeah.
ceased? Does it seem like that was the
Yes.
sneaky guys?
It has ceased for now. The halls stay still and silent, and dimly lit by your like magic torches for the moment.
I'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I am going to. I can't see the monk, so that's kind of a problem. But I'm going to use my. I'll just dash. So, 1.
Yeah, you see down that hallway there, and then you move across it, and you see where this has opened up into a small room. There are 3 of these like tombs, these sarcophagus-like things that you saw in the previous room. Can you see the back wall from where you are? Maybe not. Maybe you take like one more step forward so you can see the back wall. As this middle tomb is on a raised platform, on the wall to the back of it, there is a like emblem on the stone of a what appears to be like a wave.
And then I'll go another step down here. That's probably one more is all my movement.
Sure. Yeah, you kind of illuminate that entryway of stone and tombs with the emblem of a wave on the back wall. And you can peer down this hallway a few feet. It seems to lead further south, narrow, much like the way up north.
Roger that. That's my turn.
Excellent. The dungeon will move. dungeon will move here. Yes. And the dungeon will move here. Okay. Ethan.
Okay.
What are you doing?
I want to look over these papers real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Look for any legible writing, any ominous warnings of journal entries,
Mm-hmm.
things like that.
Absolutely.
I'll see what I find.
Make me an investigation check as you rifle through these muck and grime and ash-covered papers torn from the journals.
Nothing.
You look through them to the best of your ability. They're all jumbled together. Many of them are illegible. They all seem to be archaeological notes, scientific in nature, documenting the the stonework and the iconography and the things that they're finding. The dig process to get down here, the safety precautions they're using. But you find little of use or note amongst them.
I think what I'll do, I'll just collect it up as best I can in like a binding, as I were, and like set it down for collection on the way out.
Okay.
So, try to make it from like getting smudged around and moved around, and then if I can make a quick movement,
Sure.
like just like 10, 15. Where did I run up? Oh, sorry. 15, 20, 25, and 30. I think I'll stop there. Seeing a peek at something around the corner. That's my turn.
Do you peek at something around the corner? I guess you might. What's your passive?
14.
I can see it as well when they cast the light there.
Yeah. All right, fair enough. Give me.
Actually, I can't see that.
Give me a half a second here. They get advantage when they do this.
Mm-hmm.
You do not see anything there, so I should probably have just put them on the GM layer. This was silly of me. All right.
No, sorry.
That's okay. Nope. That's my fault.
Yep.
Malison.
And I took my action, so.
It's just your turn.
And it sounds like so Malison is still like looking to everyone else for like, where is their attention? What are they doing? And it doesn't sound like anyone had spotted anything yet. So I think Malison, like seeing the group cover the south end, she'll like step out and cover the north end. But she can't really see anything. She can't see very far, despite the fact that she does have dark vision.
Right.
So I think she'll continue to ready a whip attack in case anything comes from the north.
Okay. All right. Mole, what are you doing?
So that stealth check won't be my passive, but I don't think I have line of sight of it from here. And I'm just going to pretend that Mole obviously doesn't see it because he's here readying a rock. He's going to stand at the center here, looking around, thinking for a moment. Currently, light sources are on him, our paladin, and our monk. So I suppose what he's going to do is take another step forward, rock in hand, and still be ready, because I assume we can... everyone seems a little bit on edge. We saw these things, and Mole starts to sort of sniff the air and try and suss out when he hears like that sloping sound again, or when like there's when he recognizes a stench that's different from the other terrible stenches here, and is just ready to throw a rock. That's my turn.
Okay, excellent. Danvin, it is your turn in the order here. What are you doing?
I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
As you walk down that hallway, tell me, what is your passive perception as you step through it?
It is 14.
14. So you do not see this creature immediately, and it gets its chance to surprise you as it jumps out of the darkness as you're rushing. You're not rushing. You're moving carefully down the hallway. You were about to step into this area. It springs from the darkness and will attack you. It's like skin decamouflaging from the color of the stones around it. And it is going to attempt to claw at you. With a 17, will that hit you?
17 hits exactly.
Oh, nice. All right. As you're walking down, you get slashed for 4 damage, and the stench of this creature kind of overwhelms you as it gets close once again.
Can I throw a rock at it?
You absolutely can see it at this point. Yes. Go ahead and get you a rock.
I throw a rock.
Your rock strikes true for 8 damage. Brilliant. You bloody the creature with your rock attack. As it sprung into the light. Davin, you've walked down this hallway and been attacked. What do you do?
I will instantly hoist up my shield, but too late for the first attack, but then I will stab out with my rapier from behind it.
Excellent. The 15 will hit. For 10 piercing between the throw of the rock and the stab of your spear. You slay the creature in the hall. That icky, gummy blood begins to fill the stones at your feet. The burning of your nostrils intensifies as its putrid smell wafts over you.
And that is my turn.
The dungeon will move. Okay. Ethan, what are you doing?
It's me. I move.
It's
5,
you.
10, 15, 20, because, Jesus, I'm not going to slam on the gun. 25, 30, and then, wait a second. 35, am I seeing anything?
You are seeing stone, crumbled stone in front of you, broken and collapsed. As you turn down, you see the hallway to your right. You turn into that hallway and you see the beginnings of little alcoves with more stone, tombs or coffins laid into them.
Okay. Can I take my action to make an active perception check looking for troglodytes in the alcoves?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Perception at disadvantage. 21.
Oh, you spy with your... Well, I'm going to put him on the map layer, or the token layer, and then you're going to tell me if you can see him. He might just be in the dark.
I see him. He's right there.
Yep, all right. Then you spy with your little eye a troglodyte hiding away in the darkness, trying to camouflage with the stone walls around him.
45.
And you step back.
I'm oh. I'm hey guys. hey Davin, you're beefy. Come here.
All right. Malison, you hear the calling out of your companion. There's more of these creatures around the corner.
I kind of glance over my shoulder at Mole for direction.
Mole is in the process of starting a jog towards the rest of the party.
All right, Malison will follow suit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's way too far. I think I'll just run up alongside Davnin. And then dash around the corner.
No.
Oh.
He's stop.
Allison has not learned her lesson. She posts up right here.
Okay, excellent. Mole.
Mole is gonna get ready to throw a rock, and I'm gonna end up here, but like in my mind, what he's doing is he's like slow jogging and ready, and like in case something comes around the corner, he wants to have that like momentum to just have like a great toss. So, but I'm here mechanically, and that's my turn. Action ready.
All right, excellent. Danvin, what are you doing? Davin?
Oh gosh,
Dave.
sorry.
Oh,
That I kept on hearing my name and it did not click. I so sorry, but I hope I wasn't out of it for too long. I will go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Okay, I'll take it.
and I will stab out with my rapier.
All right. Go ahead and give me that roll to hit. Ooh, I think what happened is like you were like slinging yourself around that stone corner to like try to get that extra little bit of distance, and you're like off balance, and your rapier like clatters against the stone wall rather than striking into the creature.
Mm-hmm. I was just checking if my spells, if any of the spells are bonus actions. Yeah, I am. No, never mind. I won't cast that. Yeah, that's my turn.
All right. The creature rears up on its hind legs, claws extended, and will try to slash down at you, critically striking you for
God.
5 points of slashing damage.
yikes.
At least Shield of Heroes and Wound of Mara for that one. Or Shield of Faith, I mean.
With that, the creature is going to clamber up and over this like stone coffin naturally and easily, and like circle around to your backside. Ethan, it is your turn.
Time to clean up this cave. And then I'm gonna do a broom. Surprising no one.
Oh
no!
Your broom just like slaps into him, but you use like the bristles instead of the like staff end. You're like, oh
Yeah.
no!
I was going for the spin move, it didn't work. Well, I'm gonna punch him.
All right. 21 will hit for
6.
6 damage. Excellent. That does not bloody him, but you strike a solid blow into his like abdomen.
And that's my turn.
All right, Malison, you've witnessed the monk broom and punch this creature. What do you do?
Malison is the queen of suboptimal weapons, so she's gonna rush forward to here, and use her handy dandy whip that her traveling companion Ethan provided to her.
Yes.
So with reach, that's a 16. Oh no, a 20.
It should be a
attacks-
20, yeah?
Yeah, attacks are not at disadvantage.
Right.
I
Okay,
can't-
perfect. Either way, that does strike. Your whip snaps and cracks across the back, leaving a welt and a nasty stench across the creatures around you. You bloody it, but it does not fall.
And she backs up. She does not want to be hit.
Mole, it is your turn.
Imagine there's a moment where she like collides with Mole on like so as she's like backing up, Mole is rushing forward and they like bump for a second. He's like, oh, excuse me, pardon me.
Excuse me.
And we do what a mole does.
Have at it, sir.
We pick up some more rocks as we're running, cast magic stone on them again as our bonus action, and we fire.
All right. Oh,
The 10, I think that misses.
I think the jostling with Malison like just gets you off
Yeah.
balance, and you like skip the stone like too high.
I think it's being called sir that is very
Oh.
disruptive.
Yeah, no one's ever called him that.
maybe, yeah.
Ever.
Okay. Perfect. Davnin, you are starting your turn within 5 feet of this living creature. I need you to make me a DC 12 Constitution saving throw.
Gross.
Oh, Davnin, the noxious stench and presence of this creature is too overwhelming. You spend your turn retching, unable to take an action.
Damn.
The dungeon goes. This creature has all kinds of options to attack. Everyone is trying to fight it. It spins around and is going to try to chomp Ethan. It opens its mouth wide and clamps down with all of its teeth for 6 points of piercing damage.
Oh, no, I've been mortally wounded. Oh.
I think what it's going to do is it's going to slide this direction here. You still have your reaction, I believe. I think, you spend your turn retching Davnin, but then you, clear... It, steps away from you, and then, you can make your reaction to make an attack of opportunity if you would like.
Awesome. Here we go.
That will hit. Oh, it tries to step away from Davnin, but it was a fatal mistake as it dies.
Oh.
The rest of the dungeon moves. Ethan, you're now standing in this hallway. You can see now with the dead troglodyte, there are 4 more of these coffins, but it seems the stonework has been broken and breached in this area here, and a more natural dirt and stone kind of hall extends down into the darkness beyond.
Fantastic. Well, 5, 10. What's this here? Is this anything or is this just a wall?
That is a door. It is a large black door made of some kind of iron or metal, but not a traditional iron. Even to an untrained eye, that's something special. There are 4 emblems upon it. A cloud, a wave, a stone, and a flame. There does not seem to be a handle or knob or any kind of device to open it. It is like a smooth iron door with only those emblems upon it.
15, 20, if I can move. 20, 25. Okay.
Yeah.
I say stay back, and I'm going to throw my cloak on, blow on it, empty my water skin, and throw sand on it.
All right. You don your cloak. Flame or heat erupts around you. You throw your water skin on the door. You chuck your bag of sand on it that you don't have anymore. You pick up some rubble and you blow on the door, and nothing changes. It stands there, dark and black, with those emblems built into it.
Dang. Well, that's I can't really do. I say, hey, stay back for a round, guys. And I'm like, dang, okay, that's my turn. Can't really do much else.
Malison, what do you do?
Malison sees that Ethan is fiddling with this door, and she will dash up and place her hand on the door.
All right. Malison, you have entered the area of this flaming cloak for the first time. Make me a DC 12 Constitution saving throw.
Oh, fuck.
That is unsuccessful. You have resistance, I believe, from your traits, but go ahead and roll me a D6, Ethan.
Yeah!
Please take 1 point of fire damage.
You don't round down? Okay.
You can't take
you can't
less
run to
than
zero.
1 damage.
I thought you could. Okay.
Only with static reductions like heavy armor, master, etc. You can't round
Oh,
down
I
to
see.
less than 1.
Fair enough.
You place your hand on the door. It is, I guess it would be cool to the touch. Maybe you expect it to be, but you don't notice it or feel it being cool. But it is a smooth black iron with these emblems etched in it, and like into the iron itself.
Ethan, what do we do?
Try to push the door open real quick. I could just be dumb.
I
Alright.
used my action.
You give the door a good push. It does not budge.
Hey, get out of the fire!
Oh, okay. So that was probably, let's see, that was
I think
40
you
feet of movement.
dash to the door. Yeah, I guess you have 20 feet of movement left.
Yeah, that's plenty
Get
to get
out
out
of
of the fire.
Oh, you don't have cunning action yet. That's right. Hot.
Level 1 rogue, so wimpy.
Oh, level 1
Has to
druid.
use it has to use the action to dash.
Okay.
All right. Mole, it is your turn.
He'll say, well, I don't know what we're doing. Looks like an interesting door, but we should probably look through the rest of the place first, no?
Yeah. So Ethan figured it out, but he's too busy moping to respond yet.
And is there? I have to ask. Is there a way? So I'm looking at this. Is there a way I can avoid being in this fire? He'll ask. Can you turn that off?
Give me a second. It takes
It
a minute to
requires
fold this
an
thing.
action to manipulate a magic item. So to
Okay,
don
I'll
or
just
doff a
ready.
magic.
I'll just ready rocks as we do and pass my turn.
Yeah. All right. Damvin, what are you doing this turn?
I press the wand torch to my abdomen and lay on hands myself for 9 points.
Okay. Excellent.
And then I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Did you walk through that fire there? I was moving the dungeon's turn ahead of time. I'm sorry.
I was attempting to thread it, but it's just totally depends on what you consider a space. Like if I
This would require squeezing to some extent to go through this square. I'm gonna have you give me some kind of check. I think acrobatics dexterity makes the most sense here to avoid the flames.
Sounds good.
You do it no problem. You scramble up this like loose rubble and dirt from the caved in wall, and you like slide on by the flames of that.
And I will say to the other guys, the room we just went by, the caskets above them, there was a wave symbol. Like there's a wave symbol on this.
Yeah.
Oh, so I'm guessing we gotta get something from there.
And that's my turn. I don't
Should probably
have
look around the
any-
whole place first and clear to these troglodytes.
Mhm.
We can do that.
Do I hear anything coming from down there?
You listen for a moment. There is a murmur, like not unlike water babbling over a brook. But somehow less, like more disconcerting than that. Like as if it was possible for a babbling brook to sound sinister, that kind of lightly touches to your ears.
Blub, 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 blub.
I'll do that.
Exactly like that. Yes.
The water gurgles threateningly.
And-
All right. I took the dungeon's turn. Ethan.
And fold it back up.
All right. Excellent. I will manipulate your token.
10, 15, 20, 25. Oh, guys. We have a paladin. We always follow the righteous path. 30. 35. It doesn't matter. 40. 45. And that's me.
All right, you come down this this rocky hallway. Here, it's like more natural stone. It's not the worked stone of the crypt and tomb. As you walk down this path, it's like a cave entrance. There's dirt and grime and muck just smeared all over this place. As you walk deeper into it, it's like foul smelling and putrid, and like you like almost don't even want to touch the walls. Like you can see them almost like dripping like the sludge and slime.
Gross.
Malison, what are you doing?
Yeah. Malison, I think, is not like keeping an eye out for stealth minions, and I think she's running up next to her companion and like giving Ethan support. Although she dashed to get here, so she isn't actually like mechanically offering any support, but she's here.
Excellent. Mole, what are you up to?
Mole's gonna waddle on past, taking a look around here. As we get into these sort of like more natural caves, he's going to look around and sniff the air. Still has a rock in hand, but he knows that these things are hiding, so he's gonna sniff about and see if he can suss anything out.
Are you trying to locate the creatures by like smell almost?
I'm doing a perception check.
Yeah.
And,
okay, why don't you give me one of those? Yeah.
Oof.
Oh, that 7's not quite gonna do it. I think that the cave is just so smeared with this horrible putridness, right? That it just overwhelms your senses, and it's just coming from everywhere all at once.
Yep, that's my turn.
Yeah. Davnin, what are you doing?
I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Excellent. Yeah,
Is
you
this
can.
like raising an elevation?
It is, but it's a slope almost, right? Like it's not sheer. You think you could walk up it, but it is definitely going up in elevation.
I will dash 1. Oh, I was 1 short. I moved forward 1 to there.
Yeah. So as you peer in here, this troglodyte has its like back to you, and it's in a like supplicant position, right? It's like kneeling on all fours and head bowed towards like this direction. And here you can hear that babble, that murmur at this position, like even louder, like that sinister sound. It seems to be coming from this creature, as if it's like gurgling something in like the back of its throat. And there's more than one voice, or like more than one like source of that gurgling, babbling, sinister sound echoing through here.
I will bonus action hold my holy symbol up, or sorry, my shield up, and it will shimmer like it's a different material. And I will cast Shield of Faith and then move 1, 2, and then 3, 4. I think I already moved 2, so that's probably all my movement.
Okay.
Because I have my shield is now shimmering with light.
Okay, excellent. That is Danvin's turn. The dungeon will go. I'm gonna roll to see if they've noticed you. Ooh, they have indeed noticed you, Danvin. So these creatures, the gurgling kind of stops, and then like there's like a like simultaneous like gulping sound, and then a low like. The creatures growl, and they will move up. This one goes 5, 10, and he's going to attack you around the corner. He raises his claws high and swings them at you with a 6. He's unable to scratch at you around the corner, but you notice the eyes of this beast are like glowing, like like faint green, sick glow, and it lunges forward and bites at you as well with a 17.
So epic. I just got my shield on. I was afraid it was never gonna matter. It is repelled by my shield of faith.
Excellent. Excellent. What does your shield of faith look like? Like, how does your magic manifest here?
I think when I cast it, my my normal kite shield just shimmers like reflecting light. Mm-hmm. But as the bite comes out, it bounces off the shield and then like shift to the side. So there's like a shield of force hovering on my like not blind spot, but like where I don't have the shield up.
Right. Yeah. It like extends beyond your physical shield. Mm-hmm. Yeah, all right.
The Bastion shield almost.
Absolutely. You can see its teeth like gnawing on this like force, but unable to rip into it. This one comes up as well, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and it will do the same, slashing at you with its bite, with a 9 unable to penetrate your shields, and a 15 also unable. This one here is gonna go 10. Aha! 30 right there. And it will attack you as well.
Where did it come from?
Yeah, where did it go? Screen
I didn't see the movement.
From the darkness back in here.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Is there a way that I can try and do a chokehold at all? Chokehold.
Maybe on your turn you can try.
That's what I was kind of trying to do, but I'll try and do that on my next turn.
All right. It will attack with a 17. Is once again repelled by your magical shields.
Holy shit!
And then it claws at you with an 11. This one here can only move up there.
Good job.
All right, Ethan, you see these creatures swarming around your friend. What do?
Well, I gotta get in there before our daring do adventurer decides to run up herself, so 5 and 15. And now, the mighty broom.
Ooh.
The broom cracks across the creature's hide, resounding with 4 damage. I'm gonna just number these real quick so that I have a count here. The broom smacks it with a resounding crack. It definitely injures the creature, but these do seem more resilient than the ones you have been killing to this point.
And in doing so, my movements become much quicker, and I'm going to get off a flurry of blows.
Excellent.
1 kick, and then 2.
The 14 will hit. The 12 will miss.
Ooh.
For 6.
For 6 points of damage, you crack it across the face with your fist. The combined broom and fist is enough to bloody the creature.
Haha!
Do we know mechanically what bloodied means?
Bloodied mechanically means that they are at half health or less.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. I stole that from a different edition, and I just kind of assume people know. I'm sorry.
No worries. Thank you for sharing.
Malison, it is your turn.
Yeah, I think Malison is going to continue her momentum along with Ethan, charging forward towards their ally, whip in hand, and I think she's resolved to I think I could min-max and continue to use her weapons, but her friend had this made for her right before they left.
Right.
And she's resolved to prove herself with it. So in her offhand, unproficient with the weapon, she attacks with a 22 for 11 more damage on number 4 here.
Oh, your whip cracks out right across this thing. It is enough to slay this creature. How does your whip defeat this troglodyte?
I think the whip has a twin tail at the end with little metal spurs. And it
Ooh.
just tears through its abdomen.
Yes.
And its guts spill out onto the floor.
Absolutely. The creature goes down in a heap and dies. Its flesh just torn up by those metal spurs.
And I think Malison posts up, like, around the corner from the troglodytes, kind of out of their view.
Excellent. Mole, what do you do here?
Mole waddles his way up here, huffing and puffing, his short dwarven legs carrying him, turns and sees this corner. And unlike other additions, Entangle is silly in this game, but he knows that even here in the earth, there are sort of like those lichen and vines sort of like deep with him, and he can call upon them to reach down, maybe even from the ceiling. Maybe this time his Entangle actually comes from the ceiling, like down, like from the earth above, down
like
onto
that.
these creatures.
Yes.
Like the roots of the plants above, like growing deep down to grasp them, and my Entangle will probably look like that. Yeah, that looks like what it'll be like.
Stalactites, bitch.
Oh, that's so good. I like it. Okay, let me, I was gonna draw it, but I'm struggling to get my draw shape. There we go. You said it was gonna look just like that.
Yeah, the bottom of the square, like the obvious place, basically, with a yeah, one up, just in case there's anything like
One
up there,
up. Yes, sir.
and to the left, because the terrain might matter.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Just like this, yeah?
Yeah, though it does catch. It's like this.
Oh yeah, it is one box short, isn't it? I'm like bad mathing here.
Yeah, that's good enough though.
Boom. There. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. We need some strength saves. These vines come down from the ceiling, like the roots of the like life above, try to grab at and ensnare these troglodytes. The first fails. It is caught and entangled. The second one is going to succeed, like ripping its like self away from the grasping roots from above, and the final one is also going to be ensnared by this thing. Excellent.
And that is my turn.
Davnin, you have begun your turn within 5 feet of one of these things. Give me a DC 13, a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, I thought he... Oh, yeah.
These are a little bit different, yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was the fire cape for some reason.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot he turned it off.
Oh, alright. The stench threatens to overwhelm you, but you hold out your, like, fortitude and constitution. Take your turn.
As I decide who to attack, trying to, like, you know, envision the map, with this kind of narrow point, is there a spot I could stand that they couldn't get past me?
No.
Roger that. Yeah, it's not,
the squares don't
manufactured
quite
uneven.
like line up super well.
No
But
worries.
this is a 10-foot hallway, like at least, right?
Yeah, it's, you know, uneven rocks, so there's squeezy
Yeah,
areas.
yeah,
I will
yeah.
attack a restrained one.
Okay, perfect. 21 hits. For 9 piercing damage. Excellent. You strike through, blood comes pouring down onto the stones.
And I will call out to my allies, if you can, stay away from the stench. And that's my turn.
Gladly!
I'm gonna
you
just
for the
move this
whip.
dead one over one for the moment, because this guy is gonna move 10 and then 15 here. And he's gonna make sure that he's touching as many people as he can, and he will attack Danvin still. He hasn't figured out that they're squishier targets. He attacks first with his bite with a 21.
That is gonna do it.
Alright, he overcomes the magic of your shield, hitting you for 6 points of piercing damage. Go ahead and give me a con save for that concentration. All right, you
Stays up.
succeed. It stays up. He attacks with his claws with a 16, unable to beat your shields. This one here is going to just stay restrained for the moment and attack you with disadvantage. He is going to bite at you with an 8, and he is going to claw at you with a 6. This one here needs to make its strength save for its turn, or like, I guess athletics check, really. With a 9, it stays restrained. Ethan, it is your turn. You start it within 5 feet of one of these creatures. You are threatened to be overwhelmed by the stench, but your fortitude is too great. What will you do?
I trust my girl with the power whip to take out this creature if I can damage it. So I'm gonna broom it.
Okay. Your broom
20.
strikes true. A resounding crack for 7 points of damage. Excellent.
And then a fist
And a fist. Your fist strikes true.
for 4.
4. Between the broom and your fist, you have managed to bloody this creature. Excellent. Malison.
I
it is
whip
your
the
turn.
same creature and miss.
Oh, your whip cracks above it. But it doesn't
Yeah,
strike.
and there's just no crack. There's no crack.
It
It
just-
cracked way
it just-
too early,
It just
Shit,
lamely
shit,
like
shit.
lashes out.
and I back up a little bit. Like, I can't get this thing to work. Oh
Oh no!
no! Hang on, I'll get him next time. Hang on, I'm figuring it out.
I just hyped you up, girl. What happened?
I don't know. Don't clip me.
All right. Mole, it is your turn.
That's okay, because around the corner plops the grinning, toothless visage of our dear mole, who whips a stone at this creature to finish it off.
All right. Oh, it strikes
magic
true.
stone. Nice.
For
Probably
5
defensive.
points
That's
of
my turn.
bludgeoning. It is not enough to finish the creature, but it
Oh.
does like do a nice big welt across its chest, and ichor like begins to ooze down in front of Ethan's face.
Ew.
That is my turn.
Why does this always happen to me?
Oh god, you couldn't have killed it? Damn, that's so gross.
Davnin, you're starting your turn within 5 feet of these creatures. Give me that con save.
Not do that.
Ew.
Oh,
plug your
your
nose.
fortitude is proving stronger. Go ahead and make your turn.
Finish him.
Yeah, I will do the weakened one just to be safe.
Okay, the bloodied one. Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
wait, actually, is that one? Yeah, I'll go for that one. I exited my character sheet. Here it is.
Your 14 strikes true, ripping into the creature's flesh. For 12 points of damage, it falls and dies.
Yeah, I skewer it and then like lifting with all my might, like, from the knees and up. I try and toss it, away from me. Sick of its stench. Get pitchfork, tossing it.
All right. The dungeon goes, this guy here, he's gonna need to try to break free from his stuff so he can move. He makes a strength check and does, freeing himself from the entangle. He's going to take a sidestep here, standing on top of his fallen companion, claws and bites out. This one here is gonna actually just stay in the entangle. He's gonna grab some of the slime and muck and debris and grossness around him, picks up a stone and wads it all together, and he's gonna throw it with disadvantage at Mole. He throws this at you with a 19. Oh, that's the first die. Never mind. Disadvantage. A 19.
Ooh, that will hit mole.
Oh, I thought it was
Alright.
throwing it at me. Thank God.
Mole, you take 1 point of damage, and you are covered in this disgusting bile. You'll have disadvantage to attack until you clean yourself from this disgusting filth.
Disgusting.
Yeah, because
Ethan,
Mole's gonna clean himself for sure.
Ethan, you are
sounds
starting your
even
turn within 5
grosser.
feet of one of these creatures. Give me a DC 13 con save. Oh,
Aha.
you managed to hold your disgust down.
Get back in there.
You broom him. It's enough. You crack him aside the head
For 4 damage.
4 points of damage. That is enough to bloody him after he was struck by Davnin.
Yep, and then the backhand.
You strike him with your backhand. A spinning
more.
backhand, knocks him back against the cave wall. He shakes his head.
And that's my turn.
Malison, what do you do?
Malison steps up and a whip flings between the two of her allies ahead of him, ahead of her for
And
19.
she cracks perfectly on top of this creature,
And
ripping through its flesh, and it dies anew.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Oh my god, their guts smell even worse. And
They
she steps
do.
over here.
Yes. Mole, you are covered in this filth and grime, and it's just overwhelming your senses. What do you do?
So I don't even think he's
Allison
disgusted
can't
by it.
smell, by the way. She's just like, this is all an act.
I think the disadvantage comes. He's not disgusted by it. He's fascinated. So he's gonna spend his turn cleaning himself off. But it's not like he's cleaning it off because it's not like he wants to collect it and sample it. So he's probably gonna pull a vial from his herbalism kit and scoop a little bit of the bile into it. And my turn will be spent cleaning myself off. But it's scientific in nature, academic.
Okay.
That'll be
All
my
right.
turn.
Yeah. I like that. Okay. Davnin, it is your turn as you stand in front of this entangled last remaining troglodyte. What do you do?
I can enter entangle, right? It's only at
Yes,
the,
it only entangles on the cast, but it's difficult terrain.
Correct.
I will wade through it, swashbuckling, bushwhacking,
Yes.
to go and skewer this creature.
You may do so at advantage. With a 25, that hits for 7 points of piercing damage. You strike the creature. Its ichor sprays on the grasping roots from above, but it does not go down. The creature is going to try to free itself from its binds here. It doesn't like this anymore. It fails to do so. It is still entangled. Ethan, what will you do?
5, 15, 25, 35. And the good old 1-2 combo.
All right.
Oh, with advantage.
You have advantage. You
Yeah, I
critically hit it
do.
instead.
For 11 to my...
11. That is enough to bloody the creature with your broom, but it does not die.
And then one more. With
Excellent.
feeling this time.
With feeling. There are 21 hits.
For
For
7.
7 more, the creature is pummeled to death while still being held from the ceiling by the grasping roots from above.
Yep. And then 40 and 45. And that's my turn.
Alright, excellent.
Whip the dead body. Whip it. Whip it. Whip it.
Just spraying muck and guts and entrails all over the cave.
I definitely have to hit Davnin with 3 misses, 4 misses, at least once.
I think the tail of the whip would have struck him across the face, except that he has the shield of faith, and the magic
Yeah.
repels it away from him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's just kind of like, can you not, please?
Oh, I fully have the shield of faith above an umbrella to stop this shower flying around.
Perfect.
Yeah. We got him. We got him. We did it.
All right. You
Is that all of
find
them?
yourselves in a like natural cave with a like lake in it. The front kind of foot or so is fairly shallow, but even in the like limited torchlight, you can see that it becomes deep and like very fast, as if it just drops from the kind of small shelf that you're on, that you can see at the coastline into a deep, dark lake beneath.
Wow.
Are we still moving in initiative?
We can ignore initiative for now. Yeah.
Okay. 10. Do I want to like peer into the darkness, into the water.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very suspicious of sea people right now. So I'm looking for signs.
Looking for signs of sea people. It is dark, deep and dark. Your eyes cannot penetrate down into its depths as you peer into it.
Okay.
The depth of this water is quite something.
Okay.
Can I
Water.
search the troglodytes?
You can. They are filthy creatures covered in slime and gross nothingness. They don't carry any valuables upon them. They're just these like reptilian humanoids that revel in filth and decay, and they're covered in spines and claws and teeth, but not much else.
Okay.
Is Mole generating magical light or no?
Yes, he is.
Oh.
Also, yeah.
I'm dragging Mole with me, and I'm like gonna look at all these sarcophagi for evidence of anything related to those 4 symbols on the door.
Oh, he's first. So as you do that, like Mole, like trapezes past and follows our monk friend because, as he sort of like, as he sort of like went around, he went with him. He's curious. He's like sniffing at this lake, but sort of like as he gets around this pillar, he like pauses. Greg, I do believe I can see something.
You absolutely can.
Yeah.
In the dark, there is a like another shelf, another like edge to this cave on the other side, and there is a figure there. You can see almost like priest-like figure, like sitting almost enraptured in the darkness, holding a like a holy symbol aloft. And sitting on the like stones.
Okay. I request, like, I put my hand out for requesting that. Mole, do you mind if I took your wand?
Yes, he'll hand over his wand. So they're sitting. Do they look like they're moving? Do they look alive?
You don't see them moving. They're just on the like cusp of your light. You're like just seeing their figure, but you don't see any motion.
You want me to try and drag him over here?
Wait. Something first. I take the wand and I cast it to the other shelf.
You cast it, so you throw the wand.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Just don't critically miss with your wand throw.
Okay. Do you need to like make a deck?
Just
generalized,
D20
like,
me and don't roll a 1. Excellent. So I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna say you threw it onto this guy. I'm just gonna make him radiate light so that it is easy enough to see. Boom.
Father
goes there?
Jones!
You call out to him, but there's no response. You see him sitting, like, enraptured, staring out into the middle of this lake.
You there, that we hit in the head with the wand. What's your name?
Is my divine sense
Hello?
anything?
Your
Hello?
divine sense does not ping anything, no.
Hello?
Is it short? Is it like, can I wade across this, or is it like a deep dive all for the edges?
The like first foot or so of the
Yeah.
like coast is shallow enough, but it like plunges deep very quickly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to wade/swim as needed over to our dear father, like skirting the edges whenever possible.
All right.
You
swim
speak
through the
common.
water. As you do so, make me a intelligence saving throw. DC 16.
We have food. Are you hungry?
No.
So you guys see Ethan like start moving through the water, and he like stops right here, and just like begins floating there for a second, and then like any body that like stops trying to swim begins to like sink down.
I would like to, as soon as I see him stop, there's something I wish to do. I thorn whip him.
All right.
I'm gonna attempt to yeet him. So I guess I make an attack roll.
Make an attack roll. I will give you advantage as he is like paralyzed essentially.
Yeah, and swimming.
Yeah.
And then
Thank God.
Yeah, that'll hit him. And then you drag him 10 feet through the water up to you. He lands on the shore safely. As you're like hit and like the thorns rip into you, Ethan, and you drag yourself through the water, repeat that intelligence save for me.
Okay.
Quick, grab him.
Nope.
You are still transfixed.
I whip him
Yeah.
Oh.
for 4 damage. Plus 2
okay, you whip him for 4 damage. 6 damage, because he's standing next to an ally.
How are you doing?
You can choose to apply sneak attack.
Oh, you can.
Guys,
Okay.
That's non-lethal 1 damage with your fucking fists, guys. God damn.
Ethan, you take
No,
4
you
damage.
just-
Go ahead
I
and mark 4 damage for me and repeat that save.
Jesus Christ.
I don't punch things. I got stone hands that I don't want you to know about.
You are still transfixed.
Can I attempt to grapple him and pull him further?
Yeah. He's paralyzed. He's easy. You grab him. You drag him anywhere you want. You pull him into the like.
All right, you all try and deal with him. I'll try and deal with the father.
Wait. I'm paralyzed. Never mind. Shut up.
Yeah.
I'll start do a medicine check on Ethan.
Sure. Yeah, you start examining him. He seems healthy enough. His breathing regularly. His heart rate seems stable and normal. Like he's not running a fever. He just seems like transfixed into the like he's just staring kind of blankly ahead. Like everything's working, but nothing's home.
I earlier collected some of the bile from the guys some of the bile from a little vial. I'm gonna take out that vial, get really close to him, and hold it up to his nose. And I'm gonna try and help him to break free of this by trying to sober him up through the foul stench.
Absolutely. Ethan, give me that save at advantage. No, despite the application of the bile, you are still transfixed.
So, like the Thorn Whip with my whip, Malison is imitating these other adventurers, and she is going to pour the the water skin of the pine-smelling, citrusy, alcoholic beverage on him.
You pour out what other people will probably recognize as like just a really crisp beer that's still surprisingly like nice and cold all over the top of Ethan's head. Ethan, you get shocked by like cold. Go ahead and give me an intelligence saving throw.
These bats. Oh my god.
I'm just gonna start slapping him with my hands.
You can slap him into unconsciousness, and then he will wake up in an hour or in a D4 hours with 1 HP if you would like.
Oh geez, I mean that doesn't even sound that bad, but I guess I was more thinking about just slapping for like.
I
one
think he's
damage,
already
0
been
damage.
struck by a
Yeah,
whip
he's-
and a
I think-
thorn whip. I think the
I don't know
physical.
what HP is. I just see this guy needs to be shaken out of it. So
We're just abusing him at
Knock
this
him.
point.
So we knock him. We say, so here's how it goes: is Mo goes, you know what? I think when I know what we need to do with him. Just knock him unconscious, and I'll get him right back up. And then we proceed to beat him into unconsciousness.
All right, you slap Ethan into unconsciousness while his mind is overcome. He goes down to 0 hit points, and a cure wounds restores you. Ethan, you go down. You're unconscious. You're on like the brink of death, and then like you're healed by the magics of a priest. You're conscious. Your head hurts. There's like bruises on your face, but you wake up.
Am I me?
You are you. Yes. I'm sorry, Nick.
Things. One, it takes a real man and a true friend to beat a man to a brink of death to save his life. Thank you.
Mo puts a hand on his shoulder. Smiles.
This game is so
2.
toxic. Fuck.
2, and more importantly, you have a body of water right there. Why didn't you just dunk my head in to knock me out?
I think it was the water that did it to you.
Like, I have rope, and I start like tying a lasso. I'm like, okay, we're just gonna not go in the water.
No! Stop that! We can do it much more slowly than that.
Are you not gonna kill him? You have to make sure you don't damage him because you could just die on the spot. These people are squishy.
He turns and looks and says, "Well, I mean, if that happens, then it's like we already found him dead."
No.
The party
He's alive
is debating
from that way.
the efficacy of killing someone so you can bring them back to life. So Malison is going to wade through the water towards the figure.
All right.
Can I cast the spell as it happens?
You wade and swim through the water, Malison. You get into the water about halfway. Go ahead and make me a DC 16 intelligence saving throw.
Easy.
Oh, Malison.
Easy.
You swim
My friend.
through. There's a voice in your head, and it's seductive. It wants you to like worship it, and it expects you to worship it. And there's something about that voice that just is so demanding of your psyche. You manage to swim across and you break out of it, but like it lingers. You remember it. It echoes through your like kind of like memory as you get to the other side.
What would you have me call you? What would you have me say in my prayers? What name?
It's not a name. It's not a thing that it wants you to call it or prayer. It demands devotion, immediate supplication and devotion.
I wish I know you. I wish I could give you what you want, but I don't remember. Are you who I'm meant to serve?
Of course. Yes. Everything was meant to serve me. The world is mine.
Okay.
Austin, what are you doing?
Hang on. What would you have me do?
It wants you to drink of the waters of the lake and to join the thralls in supplication.
But I mean, I can put the water to my mouth, but I cannot drink.
You get like disappointment. It's like Dad's not mad at you, Malice.
No,
but Dad's disappointed.
What else? What else? What else can I do? I can't drink the water. What else?
Malice, get over here.
You get like the cold shoulder. Like the voice was there and then it just like drains from your mind. You notice like an addict maybe, right? Like there's a desire, there's a craving for that voice, but it's not there right now.
I'm ignoring my companions behind me. Like I'm just not gonna respond to words.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna walk up and I'm gonna grab. This is a body. Like this is a person.
It is.
I'm gonna grab them by like the cloak and like start to shake them. Like, what the hell? You were supposed to have the answers for me.
You shake him. He's like much like your friend was. Like everything's working. He's breathing. His heart rate's there. But it's like the lights are on, but nobody's home. Right? You shake this guy. His head kind of like bobbles back and forth, but like his eyes stay open. But there's just no response.
I think frustrated, she like kind of like not like throws him to the ground, but just kind of like does like a little shove, like that, like, ugh, what the hell? And she turns back. What were you saying? This guy's useless.
Bring him back over here. We gotta knock him out and then heal him back so we can. That's what we did with. Ethan.
Knock him out?
Well, bring him back here first.
All right, I'll like sling him over my stony shoulder and just like begin to wade through the water back towards the party.
All right.
Can I drop one of the torch wands in the water and see if it illuminates stuff as it sinks to the bottom?
Absolutely. You drop you toss it a little bit deeper in, and it begins to sink down. And as it does, after like the first few feet of water, you see bodies, humanoid bodies. They look like they have vestments of the Conclave of the Faithful in them. A little bit further down, you see reptile-like bodies with long tails and spiny protrusions. Further down, skeletons that have long since lost their like flesh and like clothes, until eventually the light just like disappears from sight and it's just dark underneath.
Davnin like almost faints, realizing all the rest of the Conclave people died. Can I do a perception check to see if anything catches the light, or if it looks like there's any like the vestments to recover or items?
From the people in the water?
Yeah, the vestments.
Oh yeah, there's definitely like clothes and items. Like what it looks like they brought whatever was on them into the water with them.
Malison sees the bodies she's stepping on to walk back, and she just is like,
You can do it.
Petrifies. She just is stuck.
You just like stop halfway, like ah!
Oh my god! Turn it off! Turn it off! Oh my god!
Eventually, the light disappears into the dark, and you can no longer see the.
Yeah. Well, while this is happening, I turn to Mole and say, "Hey, do you think you could fish some of those bodies?"
He thinks for a moment and he says, I could do that, but the only he thinks. Does he want to?
Please.
Perhaps one just to show the vestments and what they were, but it would take a lot of time and risk, and they're already dead. They're whatever this is, they met their end. Ain't nothing in bringing them back up here.
Can someone please take this from me? Oh my god!
Are you attached to a rope?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll tugboat in, the rope.
Right. Mole is going to attempt to go fishing for like at least one of these bodies, and I'm sort of blind shotting it, right? Like I'm just throwing the thorn whip in there, trying to get it. But all we want is like one to just like have the vestments and show like we know where they are, but we couldn't reasonably bring this many back.
Yeah. Roll me attack with your thorn whip at just disadvantage to hit DC 10. Oh.
Wait, Greg.
Yeah.
+1 for high ground.
No. You thorn whip in, but at this point, the darkness has made it like too difficult for you to locate exactly where to snag them. You don't get them, but you do have Brother Jones in tow. It does seem that he is dressed in full raiment, with a holy symbol and vestments intact.
Roger that.
I say we bring him back outside. Better to deal with him there.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll
do you want to
head him back.
you wanna
This
clear
guy
everything
wants
else
me
out?
to worship him. It's
No,
disgusting.
he says. Mole sort of turns and sort of sets a hand on his shoulder. He says, "Ain't the time to be greedy with our exploration. We found him alive, which means that we're bringing someone back with us, and since we're bringing him back alive, we gotta be a lot more careful."
I don't care how.
you-
Can we please get home as soon as possible?
Yeah. I wouldn't worry too much, Malison. I divine sensed. Nothing really came up, so whatever voice you heard wasn't really a god. Probably just some small monster that's not even really there.
I don't know what that means, and it's not reassuring.
Yeah, fair enough. It felt like a reach.
Then let's get back to the surface and the light, and we'll.
Please,
Are we sure we
yes.
don't want to try and do anything with that door with the 4 elements on it?
No,
That's
he says we have a. we
Fuck
have
the
one of-
door. I want to go home.
Yeah, it was a black door, which I think famously we not
All
trying
right.
to open.
So,
Breathe
We have-
on it
we
and
have
hit it
to
with
go on, and
sand.
it's
It wasn't
36
effective. Let's
MPST.
go.
we gave it the earth, wind, and fire treatment. So are you just leaving back the way you came and heading out of the
Yes.
of the catacombs? Okay, then we
I
can
mean,
just fast track you back out of there.
Yeah, can we do
I'm not gonna
one
make
thing?
you run through that again.
Can we do one thing? I sure about half everyone wants to leave. Like, only try one thing, and then we'll leave.
What are you gonna
So
try?
there's one thing. It's on the way.
What
I
is
want to go
it?
to the coffins by the wave thing. I want to open the middle
No,
coffin up.
Mole will slap you. Actually,
It's the one thing. It's on the way. It has to do with the door. Let me just check. It's all
Do this
I
quickly. I'll help you open it. We just do this quickly.
Oh,
Yeah.
2 seconds.
no,
2 seconds.
Mole will actually come and sternly plant himself, and he's been sort of like lackadaisical, but at the moment he's like serious, and he says, "Listen, if you want to do that, we can do that after we wake this guy up. But we're not gonna be. If we open that door and start a fight while we're carrying his unconscious body, he
That's-
might turn from an unconscious body to a dead one."
I mean, that's fair. I just want to get him out. I just want to
Definitely
do that
conscious. He
before we
wants
leave.
me to worship him and drink water.
Might be a different guy.
Hydrate or dihydrate, girl. Come
I'll
on.
take-
I don't
take him.
want to hydrate.
So she doesn't have to carry him. I'll take him over my shoulder.
Yeah,
All
we'll
right.
carry
Oh
him
my
up.
You carry him upon your shoulders, and the 4 of you retrace your steps back the way you came, leaving this tomb behind you, and once again finding yourselves in the fresh air and like afternoon sunlight of the plains above the ground. You're still surrounded by stone ruins, but the kind of wind sweeps through the plain, and like it's like a breath of fresh air. It like rejuvenates all of you to be outside and away from the creeping dark and putrid smells that lay below.
I don't even know who the gods are, but if anyone's listening, please teleport us home. Take half the XP, I beg you.
Are you just trying? Are you like trying to end the session? Do you just want to go home? I have a hard cutoff at midnight my time, which would be about 20 more minutes of play. But like, if we have a hard out, we can end the session.
Oh. I figured that since we are like an hour and 40 minutes past when you listed us as ending,
get out
that
of
you
here.
wanted to end things quickly.
For Miss, I have a hard out personally at 12 on weeknights. But if
Okay.
anybody else has a hard out, I'll always respect that. Great, we can wrap that up. I have a mechanic for finishing sessions early for.
What do you all think?
Is it just gonna be a couple of rolls just to get back, or what would it be?
Well, you have a travel phase to get back and some potential encounters and whatever else.
I mean,
We can try to just speedrun it, and then we can take wounds
yeah,
if needed.
let's try and speedrun.
That's a lot of XP on the table right now that we'd be leaving out. If you guys are okay with that.
Yeah, I think we should organically attempt to make our way
Yeah.
back.
Okay.
Though obviously we want to try and
Yeah.
unconscious
speedrun.
and wake up the priest first.
Why aren't the gods answering my prayers?
You're a real adventurer now. You have to walk yourself home.
No.
So we are gonna. she's gonna have to watch, and Ethan will get to watch the way that we dealt with him, right? So we're outside, and Mole is gonna like rest the priest very gently down in the grass in some place where the sun is shining down on him, and then just like grab him by the vestments, right? Like the scruff, like lift him up. So he's probably like sitting over his like straddling him over his chest, and just like looks at him and says, "Wake up," and then just slaps him.
I think that eventually you will wake the priest. You have removed him from the area where the seductive voice is. And
I want to emphasize what he's gonna see when he wakes up. You should zoom in on Mole's token because I don't think people have seen his beautiful face.
Let me zoom in on Mole's token here. So that
it gets worse and worse the more you zoom
everyone
in.
can see the
Oh my
glory
God.
of Mole.
This is what the priest is going to see as he wakes up, just really close to his face.
Hey there.
Excellent. The priest opens his eyes, and much like Malison, is like confused and like seems like he's like where did it go? What's happening? Right? Like, who are you? He kind of gets taken aback a little bit by your appearance, but it quickly is more concerned about what's missing. Right? He quickly begins to have like shakes in his hands and extremities. Seems like he's in kind of like even a worse state than Malison, right? Like just a tough physical kind of like reaction to being pulled out of that state.
It's gonna be okay. Trust me. I've been here. We're taking you back to your people. They'll get you sorted. We just need to hike for a couple days. I promise we're not gonna hurt you.
Mm-hmm.
Come with us.
I made sure to grab all those papers that I neatly had stacked and organized. Make sure to grab those on the way out.
You had a bunch of papers with you, my friend. He got them all. Like we have your stuff. We want to return you to your people. You can trust us.
Thank you, young woman. I lost myself there. I needed that.
Yeah, here, have some acorn soup. It's great.
Oh.
No, we have good food now, thanks to those satyrs.
Yeah, that's true. You do have that, but I think that maybe
Here,
Malison...
have my leftover acorn soup.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think Malison is still probably likely offering the soup that she can't drink, right? He's like, oh, I appreciate it. He like drinks it and like immediately looks sick, and it's not that it's bad food or it doesn't taste good. He's just like almost immediately like vomits up bile, like black sludge, and from it there are little eel-like eggs like writhing around.
Just what you needed. I knew it.
He coughs and sputters, and like as that like finally clears, he wipes a sweaty brow and goes, yes, that was exactly what I needed.
Yeah?
I am Brother Jones.
You remember. Good.
Yes, priest and archaeologist of this dig. I don't recognize your faces.
Well, your friends at the clergy sent us.
My
Working out.
my expedition, my crew. Are they all right?
I don't think they made it. You're the only one we found.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
The researchers are back, though, the ones that didn't go down there with you.
Oh well, that is
About a dozen of them.
heartening.
Yeah, you'll be so excited to see them.
Yes.
So much to talk about. They're gonna have so many questions for you that you're just gonna be so ready to answer.
I think you're making light of a fairly tragic incident here, but I understand
Sure
your
am.
point.
Yep. Can you walk? Can you?
I think so.
Okay.
Well, then, follow me. I will guide you home.
Well, we're gonna take it slow. We're gonna make sure that the route home is really safe. You know, we're not gonna turn any corners without verifying that they're safe. I'll be sure of that.
Whatever is down there, did you deal with it?
Not really. We also, I think there's probably loot down there we left. It was tragic, really. But, pales in comparison to the deaths. That's the real tragedy. But, I mean, I certainly wouldn't not mention the loot.
I hate to tell you this, but that voice you heard, I heard it too. That's a catfish right there, and you got catfish, son. So, I mean, I didn't fall for it, but one day someone's going to take care of it.
I worry for others that may fall victim to whatever that creature is. This must have protected me. And he pulls out a charm around his neck, emblazoned with a grasping set of hands reversed, and a blank and featureless face sitting atop them.
Metal.
It is made of metal. It is made of a bronze alloy. It's not copper, but it shines with that kind of bronze and smooth well floored.
It's beautiful.
Yes, this is a holy vestment of the conclave, a deity of these parts. We've learned of. They're known as no one.
Oh.
Yes.
Interesting.
Well, when you're faithful, the catfish can't get you. That's really important.
Well.
Good.
Mole has, in the meantime, collected some of these eels and put them into the little tubes. We'll bring them back so people can study them.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. Yeah.
He resists the urge to eat them. You saw him holding one up and
Oh no.
Gross.
All right. So, with Brother Jones in tow, you are sitting above this tomb below you, far to the northeast of Rhymeview. Are you returning home with the priest and archaeologist? Are you delving back down to mess with this door?
We're definitely going home.
Plan here. Oops.
Yeah, we don't have time.
It's
we
so
have to
sad because I feel like we definitely fell short just of a big breakthrough, but we got to get home.
All right.
This priest is vulnerable. We need to report.
Alrighty, you are going to try to return home. Excellent. So I need the route that you'll be taking home, so that we can determine the number of hexes.
I'll be retracing our steps. That's
retracing your steps, so the same route that you took here. Okay, excellent. All right. Will you
Step for step.
Will you be taking the same roles in the party here?
yes.
Okay, excellent.
I think I did a great job.
You did, Malison. You were wonderful. Okay, so we're gonna do this in the same order. So the provisioner, you are most likely going to be foraging again, I would presume.
No.
No.
We have a total of, so there's 5 of us now, and there was 35 pounds of rations that the satyrs had, which would be 7 days between the 5 of us. And can I do a combination with these rations, and for that would be 7 days of rations with that we could use here. And I also have exactly 3 castings of both Goodberry and Cray Water. Could I do a combination of those to make it 10 days? If not, that's fine.
The way I set up the rules is that you
Okay.
choose one or the other. So if you wanted to use Goodberry and Create Water, you could absolutely use Divine Providence and just mark those spell slots, and Food and Water is taken care of. If you want to use the Pack Rats, what I'm going to need from you is, okay, you have the food, but do you have the water skins? Do you have a way to have...
Yeah, that's why I was asking about the specifics, because we have like a specific amount of food that isn't enough. And I could like also only cast Create Water, right? So I was asking about like combining, but it's fine.
So
We'll just make it
I
easy.
understand
I'll just cast
the
it. I'll just cast
logic
this.
behind that. Just mechanically, it's a pick one type of situation.
Yeah, I'll just
I've
cast
got
this.
holy water I can drink, so I'm good.
Oh, wait a minute.
I'll just cast the
Ben.
spells and make it easy.
Okay, absolutely. So you cast your spells of Goodberry and Create Water every morning. Mark those spell slots that you are using until the end of the travel phase. They will not be available to you. But every day, every morning, you will have good berries and water to eat and drink. The party is taken care of, and we have no worry about them there. Excellent. So, that brings us to our good old scout. Malison, you are going to describe to me your efforts to scout the terrain and find the best paths for your party, making sure they don't get lost, and avoiding, pitfalls along the way.
I think this is like less about trying to scout and keep an eye out for threats, and it's like about trying to recount exactly where we've been and retrace our exact steps, like landmark recognition and that kind of thing.
Absolutely.
So probably an intelligence.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have you do like a nature intelligence check, because you're like memorizing like the things that you saw along the way, like all those landmarks.
And we still have disadvantage.
You will have disadvantage this time from your exhaustion from the previous journey. Your DC is going to be 12.
Another natural one.
Yeah,
Look at that.
excellent. So you can choose on a failure between time and wounds. So I'll have you describe how the party gets like lost or stuck or broken down.
This time it's wound.
Okay.
This time it is definitely wound. I know where we're going. It's just that sorry. There was just a moment like a couple miles back, I just made the wrong call, but I know where we are now. Sorry that we walked through all of this like briar.
So how did you and the party like overcome that setback at like personal cost to like come by these wounds? Like what was it that injured your party as you moved along?
I think it was like, no, I know exactly where we are. We need to like push, like we just need to go right over this ledge, and it's like pushing the party over some like really inefficient terrain, like really painful terrain, and pushing ourselves a little further just to make sure that like we stay on track. Because I think it's now about pride for Malison. It's like, I know exactly where we camped last time. We need to get back to that point. Like we know exactly where we're gonna like tent up tonight. We've already been there. We just got to get there. Oh yeah, I made a wrong turn, but like we just got to go over this mountain.
All right.
We just
I
gotta
think
go
you
over
end
this
up
cliff
going
face.
through like a particularly intense bit of like maybe like blackberries or something, like a whole like half mile of it or something, right? And it's not like your grandma's blackberry bush. It's like it's tearing and clawing at you the whole way through, but you're like, no, we're pushing on. We're getting through this.
I don't know if I would like be like,
Yeah.
let's just go through some Sorens. But I think it's definitely some areas that have like some really nasty bugs that are just fucking eating us alive.
Okay, yeah, I like that. All right, sure. Like wasps or something, just like stinging the crap out of
Or
everybody.
mosquitoes that are
Yeah.
just relentless.
All right,
Yeah.
I like that. Okay, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you go through like some horrible bugs. So everybody, you will take 1 wound. Please either roll a class's hit die or
thank
take
God.
the average and reduce your maximum HP by that amount until your long rest.
Oh, thank God I rolled minimum.
Alrighty.
Huge.
Excellent. Let us go to...
Greg, I also just realized something.
Yeah?
I said 35, so we have 35 pounds of rations.
Yeah.
We have the keg, right? I thought for some reason we were traveling 9 days back. It's only like 4, we have 7 days. It was like 3 days to get
It's
here.
a
right?
it's a 3-day journey to travel back there if you don't lose time.
Does the keg provide sufficient water? And like,
So here's the thing with the keg. It has 8 different potential things in it. They are beer, a like dwarven concoction that you could either breathe fire or take damage from, a sleeping draught, wine, a health potion, acid, apple juice, or whiskey. So I don't think that like drinking
that's-
from that over and over again is going to like hydrate you.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Okay.
Very cool.
It would have been cool though. Excellent. So that's going to lead us to our guide and Davin. Your role is to make sure that the draining and exhausting part of traveling through unknown and hostile terrain is staved off. You keep your party fresh and fit for the journey. Please describe how you avoid or otherwise stave off the dangers and labors of the journey.
Yeah, instead of like the traditional survival where you're like perceiving your surroundings and making inferences and like you know connecting. Oh, like there's a lack of all these birds just like screeched and flew up in the air. That means there's an owlbear further in the woods. Instead of those kind of inferences, I'm just using my agility and my dexterity to just jump all around, finding the safest path. And when I think there's a monster ahead, I stealth and then parkour my way back with
All
my.
right. Yeah, give me an
dexterity.
athletic strength or dexterity acrobatics check, DC 15, as you're like forging the road ahead for your own companions. You will be at disadvantage. All right. I think that you just are not as capable of like making sure the road is clear and easy for everyone. And so like when before you were like lifting up tree trunks and like jumping over like terrain with rope to like get everybody else over first, like it's just not working the same, and it's exhausting, and everyone else is having to do the same things you're doing, and they're just not used to it. And I want everyone to mark a 2nd level of exhaustion for your journey. Which brings us to our final, the Scout. So you're responsible for making sure that enemies, monsters, dastardly things don't find your party. Describe for me your efforts to scout the terrain and keep your party from being surprised. Or I'm sorry, the lookout. I said the Scout, but the lookout.
I'm this time I'm trying to do the same thing. I was gonna go for that big old leap thing again, but God, he is our paladin, man. He is rough right now. He is working right now. I can't have him do that again. So I think this time I'm just gonna have to just rely on my old keen senses to get us through everything.
Okay, all right. Give me a perception wisdom check. DC is going to be 12.
Nope.
No. All right. You may choose to take 1 wound per character tier. You're going to be a tier 1 character to negate any surprises that may come your way in the encounters. and describe to me how you alert the party at great personal cost, or you may just be surprised by encounters along the way.
I'm gonna take the wound.
All right. Yeah.
So
So
I think
go ahead and mark the wound, and if we have an encounter, I will have you tell me how it is that you surprise the party. So we're coming up on. Honestly, we're coming up. It is 12 right now. The only thing left to check on our travel, other than just montaging there, is to figure out if we have encounters. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have D6s. Each day there's a chance that there's an encounter. A 1 or a 2 on the dice is typically an encounter. So for each day you can move 4 units across the plains. We're going to see if there's encounters on the way to Rhymeview. If there is, I don't think we have time to do them, and we will just end with our ending session rules. I'm going to let you guys roll them so that they're on the stream and we can see you guys do it. So, yeah, why don't, Danvin, why don't you roll me a d6 for day 1? You want to roll higher than a 2. There are no encounters on your first day of travel. You move 4 hexes, 2, 3, and 4. Excellent. Why don't, Malison, why don't you roll me a d6?
Well,
There are no encounters on day 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why don't, Mole, you roll me that last d6?
Oh, it had to be me, huh?
Yeah.
I'm right now. I'm Nick. I'm Nick rolling to learn a spell. So I'm rolling high.
There are no encounters on day 3. You make it back to Rhymeview exhausted, tired, like at the end of your ropes, but you return the priest and his vestments to the conclave of the faithful. Excellent. I am going to add up some experience and some gold for all of you to take home, as well as some rep. But in the meantime, while I'm doing that, I'm going to turn the floor over to you. If you have any shout-outs you want to do, tell people where they can find you, what's coming up next for you, now would be an awesome time to do that. And then we will wrap up the session and get us out of here for tonight.
I can go first. I have a message I posted at the beginning of the session that I need to find. So I'm Apollo Nick. You can find me on Wednesdays. I run a Dungeon World campaign every Wednesday called Song of the Ravenlands, with a couple of people from Greg's community and mine. We have a lot of fun. Come check us out. We play at 7 p.m. Pacific time for a few hours every Wednesday. And then on the occasional Friday or so, I play with Millman, Coffee Traveler, and a few other people that you might know in a Blades in the Dark campaign called The Grim Streets of Alderstone, which takes place in the same fictional universe as my Wednesday show. So we have a lot of fun. Come check us out. I believe we're supposed to have a game on Friday, but one of my players said he can't make it, so we may still play. We might not. I'm not sure. I need to figure that out. But yeah, come check us out. Twitch.tv/Apollo_Nick, Nik. No C there. Yeah. And thank you, Greg. As always, I had a blast playing with you. Oh man, especially that last werewolves of whatever Neil called it. That was so fucking fun. Ash fires. That was so good. Oh my god.
It was.
Yeah. Thank you. Who's next?
Well, I can go. Playdating, guys. Thanks again, Greg, for playing. Thank you again, Kai, Nick, Jack, for all being awesome people to play with. This was fantastic.
Oh yeah. Agreed.
Yep, always a great time to play with you guys. I'm Kay, and KTZ on Twitch. None of my games, I run quite a few games, but I don't stream any of them at the moment. But a few of my players have expressed interest in that, so if that happens, I'll do the shout-outs then. But for now, I'm mostly like off stream and only make occasional appearances here and there in Greg's lovely games, which I greatly enjoy playing in, as always.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to shout out, but same with all you guys. It was so much fun playing. A great bunch of people. Thanks so much, Greg. Shout out to. I don't often see it work out great, but I thought the kind of a small thing, but the dungeon initiative worked great. Often it's doing either way can be tough. Like, oh, I ran ahead. Wait, shit, where is everyone really? I thought that worked out great. It's a small detail.
Awesome. I'm glad
thanks
you
so much,
enjoyed
guys.
it. So, with the shoutouts taken care of, I want each of you to take home 312 experience points each, along with 41 gold pieces each. You will also have earned 10 reputation with the Conclave of the Faithful. All right. The last thing I want to take care of before we get out of here, you picked up a magic item. This is the Gambler's Brew. As described, it has 8 different liquids that can come out of it. Beer, fire draught, sleep draught, wine, a health potion, acid, apple juice, and whiskey. Each time that you turn the spigot, a single glass or draught or drink of the essentially one use of one of those liquids comes out, and it is random every single time. Would anyone like to claim the Gambler's Brew?
I assume to sort of is it something where after something's been used, that thing has landed, it can't be used that same day to prevent health potion abuse, etc. Is that how it works?
No, it's always random. So if
Okay.
you roll 5s freaking crazy, you can have a lot of health potions. But
You have to drink it straight from the thing. You can't pour it into another.
it has to
vessel
be
to avoid acid.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
you
that's
can't
the-
just
yeah, I was
pour it and save it. Yeah.
I guess I'd roll for it. It seems pretty cool. I know.
Okay. Anybody else want to claim it, or is this going to Danvin?
Will's pretty happy with this with the bruising. He fell in love with that apple juice, so but he's content to. He has other things which he's gained from this, so he's content to hand it off to you. He's not a very material person.
Appreciate it.
I'll
Alright.
roll off with you.
Can't drink, so
Okay.
yeah.
Sounds like Ethan is in on this. So give me D100s, Ethan and Davnin. Highest will take it.
I'm just gonna do a 100, right?
Hey, 75 is pretty good.
wow.
There you go.
All right,
Very
Devin, the Gambler's Brew is yours. Thank you all for playing with me. I had a blast. It is now past my bedtime, and I need to sleep, so I'm going to sign off
Good
here. I will see you all in the next one. Bye, everyone.
See you guys.
Good night. Thank you, Greg.